Yep, we're live. Okay. Typing was it was lagging there when I was typing out. Q&A should be live in Discord, and I always hate it. It's like there's a delay, and then you feel like you've made a mistake, so you hit delete, backspace, and it doesn't go right away. So then it's like so that all catches up together, and it's kind of like the typing equivalent of Did you ever have like a disk drive where you have to put a CD into the computer, and then it would fight with you as you're trying to open it?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. Hey Joe was doing hard physical labor during the past 2 streams, so it was nice background noise to do yard work too. Nice. Hope you got it done. Zorgrox. Getting ready for winter? Depends on where you are. How is the sound? Is Isaac too loud, too quiet? Please let me know.
Oh well.
Yeah, it already snowed here once. Ah, it sucks. Well, depending if you like the snow or not. Any logic on the game running in the background for Q&A? I try to make it games that I can zone out to that don't require a lot of my attention. I also like to try and make it a game that I haven't necessarily played before, because otherwise I get a little bored with it, and I enjoy having something to do at the same time. But I'm not sure if Isaac is the best choice. I think I would like to play Gungeon again, but Gungeon is one of my favorite games, and I haven't played the new updates yet, and I don't want to be confused by it all the time. I'm more confused by the changes in Gungeon than I would be a game like this, because it's all new to me here, so it's like, whatever. But for Gungeon, I'd be constantly like, hey, wait, is that new? How does this work? But I'm willing to take suggestions if anyone has a better game, or a game that they think would be better than this one for Q&A. We almost played The End Is Nigh, or just doing some levels in Celeste, because I can just kind of zone out to that, but I don't know. The End Is Nigh is a game I haven't played before, so I'm not sure if I would want to play that either. A new platformer. New for me, at least. What were your final thoughts on Coven? I haven't finished it yet, so I can't give you my final thoughts. But so far, I think it's pretty good. Could have played that too. Could have done some of the Chalice dungeons, but some people might be upset if I did that. Would you like to try Greedbone, Isaac? I don't know what that is. Did they answer about the sound? I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either.
Hopefully it's okay. It's fine? Okay, good. That looks pretty good, and we only have 1 coin, so let's just take it. So today is the first Q&A that has questions from Twitch subs at the same time. So I'm going to explain this now way earlier than we usually do, and then we can get into the questions and everything. So the Q&A has typically been a Patreon reward, and the patrons ask their questions on a prompt on Patreon itself. And we make a list of these, and we collect them over a month, and then we go through a bunch of streams over a weekend usually, and we answer them all. This time, since the Q&As came back, we now do that every single Friday, and it's as many Fridays as it takes pretty much before they're done. And that's the change in the format, and we're also now answering questions from Twitch as well. So if you are a Twitch sub and you would like your question to be guaranteed to be answered, then you can go on Discord and you can type it in the special chat room in there. We might not be taking many questions or any questions from chat now that we've done this. I'll probably feel bad. I'll still want to take 1 or 2 here and there, but this is effectively double the amount of questions that we typically get, so that might be a bad idea. But I guess it doesn't really matter because it's as many Fridays as it takes instead of having a set time with it or whatever. What is part 1 of 73 minutes? It's just a joke, because usually these take so long to do. Just a dumb joke. You hungry?
No.
You're not hungry?
I'm not hungry.
No?
I don't know what it's doing. I don't know if they can hear it.
You might be able to hear it.
No, it's the same Discord. It's just the... What's it called? The, part of the Discord where they can leave their questions.
Yeah. What about it?
Nova Canoe says, there's a new Discord? And I said no.
No, it's the same Discord. It's just there's a Patreon and Twitch sub chat that stayed open because I'm trying to see if I can get some new mods from it when the Discord comes back soon. The chat wasn't very active at first, but it's getting more active since the streams came back. I'm surprised. I was gonna freeze that one too, and then the last minute I was like, I'll just keep it open just to have keep my foot in the door with being able to talk to some people. Discord's coming back. Let's go. Yeah, Discord's coming back after Witcher or right before Witcher's done, I think. So 2021. We are probably going to alternate between answering a question on Patreon and then a question on Twitch, and we'll keep going back and forth like that. I think that is the way. That first boss up there was pretty difficult compared to the other first bosses. Maybe there's a trick to it on how to... Damn, so many batteries. I wonder if there's a trick to it to keeping some good uptime on them. Just after I joined the Discord, it goes, yeah, sorry about that. We were having a few issues, and Lily and I realized we were going to have to moderate it actively, and we didn't really have the time to do that because we had just had Kate, and the big Witcher project was just become like my sole focus, you know what I mean? So we didn't have time to moderate it, so we decided that it was either let someone else moderate it for us, like almost 100% handing it over, or get rid of it because we didn't have the time, and we chose to freeze it instead of deleting it completely, and we think that was the right choice. It may seem like a no-brainer to just hand it over, abdicate the server. That's what I even said to Mandalore when Mandalore deleted his server. It's the first thing I said to him. I feel bad about that now, but it has our name on it, you know what I mean? And it was an official place, and it's switching over to being unofficial. That transition can leave some residual officialness. So who knows what could happen to it after that? That's just a really bad idea. But yeah, it should come back. Okay, I think I'm almost ready to start answering some questions. I just like to warm up a little bit, and I was asleep right before we started here. I really need to have a nap. I got up really early today. Tears down again. Goddamn. Can you get tears down so much that you loop around and start getting tears up? Because holy shit. What's with all the tears? Okay, can I get a secret room here? Oh shit, wrong button. Alright, well, tears are down. No, not here. What are people saying in chat about games? Remake 2 and
I don't know, I'm following the college one.
Devil May Cry 5. People just discussing their favorite games that recently came out, or... Can we just dodge these and do damage to them?
Oh, guys said this year's game was weak.
Maybe. I feel like recently a bunch of interesting games just came out.
Will you be playing Death Stranding on stream?
Yeah, but I don't know if it's gonna be for the whole thing.
Have you heard of the game The Sexy Brutale?
Yes, that looks really interesting to me. I'd like to play that at some point. I don't think it's a good stream game. No, I think I'll just play that by myself.
Apparently some Disco Elysium thing has made some waves.
Yeah, that looks interesting, but I'm not sure if it's a game I would like. That kind of perspective turns me off because usually the gameplay isn't going to be all that great. But I would be interested in checking it out. I hear it's got some good detective gameplay. Have I played Control? Yeah, I played Control on stream. Yep, we played that a little while ago. It was alright. We finished it. Had some interesting ideas, but it was kind of disappointing overall. Because of the gameplay. The gameplay in Control looks really good. It looks fantastic actually, but playing it is just so boring. Just so boring. So it's it just looks so much better than it actually is. I think with some tweaks you could change that into something to be much better, but those tweaks might have to include some new enemy types. Not sure. Alright, so let's start with the first question on Patreon, Lily. If you don't mind. Lovely assistant Lily.
Jaime says, "Hi Joe, hope everything's going great for you, Lily, and your family. Here are my questions.
Thanks, Jaime.
Are there any genres, subgenres of video games that you have a soft spot for? That for a game of that genre, it's more easy for you to like, even if it's not so good, or its flaws bother you less than in another type of game would?"
Yeah, for sure. I think the obvious one would be any Souls-like. I'll look into almost anything like that. However, I did try to play Lords of the Fallen. I think it's Lords of the Fallen, right? The one that the Deck 13 made before Surge. I get confused between Lords of the Fallen and Bound by Flame. I think it's Lords of the Fallen. I did try to play that, and I was like, I can't stand this. So I'd like to try it again sometime. But yeah, so there is a certain level of jank that can make me not tolerate it right from the start. But yeah, I'm interested in that kind of structure. So I'll look into games that are like that much more readily, and I'm not sure if I'm like more forgiving, but I'm of flaws, but I'm more willing to tolerate them in order to play the game. Whereas lately, I'm finding, pretty recently actually, maybe in the last year, maybe two, I don't know. Like I'm losing track of time. It's really difficult to keep the track of passage of time. Not just because of just all the video work, but also just because of becoming a father and everything. It's just like, you're like, holy shit, where's the time going? But I'm finding it like I'm much more willing to just be like, if a game doesn't grab me pretty soon, I'm just like, fuck it, you know what I mean? So yeah, I think that's probably a bad change, but yeah, anyway, I try not to. It's like, yeah, I end up trying a lot of games for just a little bit, whereas if I play for a couple hours, I'll usually finish. At least that's how I seem to remember it anyway. I also have a soft spot for games like management games that are unusual, so anything like Dungeon Keeper I'll give a try. But those games are usually a big time investment, and I don't really have that much time to go and investigate like all the different games in that genre that have come out, but I'm really interested in them. Like I haven't played Dungeons 2 and 3 extensively yet. I played Dungeons 2. Okay, so I should probably explain. So Dungeons is a series by I think Calypso made it. I'm not sure if it's the same dev team or just the same publisher that made the Tropico games. I think those are the guys that made it. And there's Dungeons 1, Dungeons 2, Dungeons 3. Dungeons 1 is not like Dungeon Keeper. Dungeons 1 is a management game where you're basically keeping a dungeon that's like a theme park, that you're basically trying to build a good dungeon experience for the hero that's going to come in and raid your dungeon. It's almost like you're maybe not even like it's you are complicit to it, like you're trying to facilitate that. And at least I never played it, so that's just the impression I got from someone telling me or reading the reviews. Whereas in Dungeons 2, you are actually playing a game like Dungeon Keeper, and same with Dungeons 3. And I've had time to play those. So I played War for the Overworld, and I'm willing to overlook a lot of flaws in those types of games just because I really like that experience. That the original Dungeon Keeper really means a lot to me. I want to say that I have a soft spot for city builders, but I actually don't think I do. I'm pretty quick to just put a city builder down. My gold standard for city builders now is probably Anno 2070. I don't really like the city builders that are heavy onto the simulation side of things. I find it kind of boring. I want there to be more of a game. I don't necessarily need there to be overt goals, but I definitely need there to be some sort of gamified part of it, and the trade routes and the production cycles of the Anno series are something I really like. But then I just recently tried to play the new one, Anno 1900? No, it wasn't 1900. What's the new one that just came out? 1080? Is it 1080? 1800, there it is. Thank you. Sorry, it's the 1080. How would it be 1080? I didn't really like it. I was finding it kind of boring. I was like, huh. So I don't know if there just wasn't enough on the islands, or the way it was presented to me or something, or maybe it's just because there's this like voice in the back of my head that's like saying the whole entire time, hey, you don't have time to play this right now, so no matter what, even if you get invested, it's not gonna matter. So maybe it's just that. But I wasn't really taking to it all that well. It also ran like shit, and like this isn't a brag because it's for work. It's for rendering streams and the huge videos that we make. My computer is like fucking like baller as fuck, you know, to use the really polite term. So like any game that struggles on it, even when it's not maxed out, is just immediately gonna make me get really pissed off. So yeah, it didn't run all that well, but maybe they've improved it since then. So I was a little bit disappointed in that. So yeah, I think maybe that's an example of the opposite, where I'm a bit more demanding. Surprisingly, I thought for sure it wouldn't be that way, but I think I'm also a lot more willing to forgive games that are trying to do something new and it's a lot easier to look at a game and think, okay, well, they're trying to do something and it's going to be difficult and it's going to be flawed, but hey, it's a novelty. It's trying to be somewhat of a unique experience. You know, that's something that I'm more willing to overlook. But also because you're asking specifically about genres, when genres are combined, I really like it when games take that risk and try to mix and match different genres. I find that really enthralling, and it's really hard to pull off. So something like ActRaiser, Recettear, there was that game that tried to be ActRaiser recently that apparently was really bad. Maybe we should try that on one of the Q&A streams, because I don't think that's a good mainstream game, but I think we might want to check that out. I can never remember what it's called, but someone in chat always knows, so hopefully they can answer that for me, what that game is called. And I think it was released by Sega. And yeah, so any time that a developer tries to mix and match genres, I think that's really fun. And if I ever get a chance to make a few games, I would really like to try that myself, with mixing and matching genres. Hookworm or the Petrified Poop, chat? Tell me which one to get, because there's always people who like this game way more than I do or know more about it. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else. Yeah, I can't think of anything else. Building bridges. give me a second to think. Not really into racing games. There's even a question about that, actually. I think I've been a little too harsh on racing games recently. Not really into racing games. I think... Oh, okay. Interesting. Alright, so that's what that does. Alright. Not really that forgiving when it comes to platformers. Big time action games, maybe? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think that's about it. Becoming more of a monk tonight as time passes, huh? That's about it.
I wish you know it. Time to leave. Pack. Let's go. Call the stream. Some type of game or saga that you would like to see revived. Personally, I really loved survival horror games, and I think that no one does them as much or as they used to be in the late 90s, early 2000s.
So there seems to be somewhat of a resurgence of that happening. I was really surprised to see that there was like it looked like an indie or a AA attempt at that, which was some game that I mentioned on stream that people said apparently was pretty bad. But if it's a genre that you really like, you might want to check it out. It was something 1998. Let me look it up. The name. It just recently came out. Daymare 1998. So it's like Nightmare, only it's Daymare. I saw some reviews on YouTube and it seemed to be quite mixed. Right now it has a mostly positive on Steam. So you might want to look at Daymare 1998. And I don't think that's probably going to be like, hey, that's a great game for anyone. But if that's specifically the type of game that you like, you might want to check that out. There are also some PlayStation 1 era kind of survival horror games that are coming out from the indie scene as well. I don't remember their names, sorry, so you might have to just like give it a couple of Googles and you might find them on Twitter. But I remember seeing some that it looked like someone was trying to make their own Silent Hill, and another one looked like it really looked like the Resident Evil mansion from Resident Evil 1, and I was really surprised that that was a thing. So there seems to be somewhat of a resurgence of that happening at the moment, so you might want to look into it because you might be surprised. They're not my favorite, although there's something nostalgic about them which I'm surprised about. You know, there's those were games that a lot of people played when I was a teenager, and I remember thinking that I was very, very scared of them back then. You know, like it was something way out of my comfort zone, and I wasn't really into horror and horror movies specifically. You know, I had a really bad experience early on in my life when it came to horror movies, which sounds a lot worse than it was. It's just that I was exposed to horror movies way too young, and they really scared me, and I got almost like a complex about them for a little bit that I didn't get over until maybe early 20s. I can't really remember. So I was quite put off by horror movies and horror games because of that. I would say that Resident Evil was like the pinnacle of that. Seeing the first zombie show up, and it was very, very creepy, and just seeing clips and people playing Silent Hill back then really, really scared me. But obviously, you know, got over that specifically even more for games later on. But yeah, I would look into it and see. Yeah. And maybe there's more games than you think right now. I don't know if something like Paratopic counts. I've seen people talking about Paratopic, and there was that first-person horror game that Pyrocynical did a video on. I remember thinking that looked really interesting, but I don't know if that counts as what you're going for. But anyway, a series or a genre that I would like to see revived. I would really like to see, because it's just my favorite game, I would really like to see Chrono Trigger come back and have another game in that series. I don't think I would like Chrono Trigger to come back like, hey, it's the new Final Fantasy, because I think that could go poorly. But maybe Chrono Trigger was just a you know, product of accidental, you know, bliss, that they had just that great team working on that. They used to call that the Dream Team because they had so many great people working on that from other games. And even Chrono Cross was already kind of like, I know some people prefer Chrono Cross to Trigger. And I don't know if I'm one of them because I haven't played Chrono Cross in a long time. But I did not enjoy Chrono Cross nearly as much as Trigger when I first played it. It seemed to be getting into that period where like maybe one of the first ones where around like Final Fantasy VII time where JRPGs were starting to just get absolutely fucking insane. Is that fair to say? I think it is, right? Like there was this period where like before like our JRPGs were like, you know, they were all right. Like they did have some wacky story moments and everything, but then there was this period around Final Fantasy VII where like the stories just were like, okay, we're just going balls to the wall, kind of like every single time at the end we're killing God, and you know it's this global fucked up anime shit, you know. Like I guess maybe it's not anime. I'm still not really all that familiar on what is or what isn't anime, but to me it seems right looking back and saying, hey, yeah, this is pretty fucking anime. But then Chrono Trigger has that same kind of global kind of where we're killing like a godlike entity kind of thing, but it just doesn't seem as nuts as Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy VIII, Xenoblade, all that things. So I don't know. Killing God with power of friendship, yeah, that sort of thing. So I don't know exactly when the turning point was for JRPGs, but maybe they were always there and I just didn't play those JRPGs. Maybe I played the more normie JRPGs. You know, I played Final Fantasy 4 and 6 and Mystic Quest, which was pretty bad. Chrono Trigger, Dragon Quest on the NES. Trying to think of other ones too. Like pretty much anything on Super Nintendo. Secret of Mana. Secret of Mana gets kind of crazy. Maybe it was always like that. I think if I had to pick something, like most of the games and genres that I really liked when I was a kid have continued. Like I spoke about Dungeon Keeper a little bit, but I'm not sure if I want that to have a resurgence or if I just want that to just have like a worthy successor, you know, like something like the next Evil Genius game, or whatever. Like that's already kind of happening for me. But I think I would enjoy seeing something like more games like Crosscode and top-down Zeldas, but that's kind of happening too. Maybe more games that are like the 3D Zeldas as well. I don't think there are many games that try to do that, right? I wonder why. It seems to be that I'm seeing a lot more people trying, indie devs trying to do the top-down indie Zelda sort of thing. You know, like we're playing one right now, arguably. It's a lot more difficult to do that than a side-scroller because of the amount of different sprites you need for the pixel art. But that depends on your art style as well. But like, I don't really think, has there ever been an indie 3D Zelda? I'm not sure. And apart from like Okami, I think someone in chat just said Okami as well. Apart from Okami, is there, or Okami? Because Okami sounds like, you know, an ode to Stalin, right? Like what's the correct pronunciation there? Like apart from that, has there been like a big 3D Zelda? Hob is basically 2D. Yeah, Hob is basically 2D perspective. Yeah. Hob was all right. Hob was kind of heartbreaking. It's Okami? Okay. Darksider. Yeah, Darksiders. I haven't played Darksider, so yeah. That's probably one of them, yeah. So I think that I would like to see more games like that. You know, there's a lot of racing games. I'm not really into space sims. JRPGs get plenty. I guess maybe I would like to see more. I'd like to see more grounded JRPGs. More JRPGs like the ones that I grew up with, you know? But like I still haven't played what was the game that came out I think 2 years ago? And I think it came out on the 3DS, and then it was coming out on PC, and it was by the same people that made, like, some people that made Chrono Trigger, and it had the beautiful piano music, and it was in the snow. Like, I haven't played that. Like, is that more like what I'm asking for? I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm not sure. Bravely Default? No, not Bravely Default. Bravely Default kind of has the same sort of problem. Although Bravely Default was more interesting in concept than many JRPGs recently. I think maybe I'm just done with JRPGs. Like the gameplay just isn't for me anymore. I Am Setsuna. That's it. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't played that. Maybe that's more what I'm talking about right now. Or Octopath Traveler. I haven't played that either. But maybe I already am. Maybe it already exists what I want, but I just haven't gotten around to it yet. But yeah, I think that's it. Like, old school shooters have been getting a bit of a resurgence right now, but I wasn't really into them. 4X games are pretty healthy. Yeah, so it's like a new Dungeon Keeper thing, maybe a Chrono Trigger resurgence, but I would be very wary of, you know, hey, we're gonna make a big series out of this, and it's like, okay, well, they're gonna mess this up, you know what I mean? So I would be a bit scared of that, but yeah, I think that's my answer for now. Sorry, I'm pretty bad at this game right now. Huh? Did Jaime have another question or some sort of questions?
A quick question.
Okay.
Have you played Quadrilateral Cowboy yet?
No, I haven't. No. Someone only just recently told me about that. So.
That's it for now. Before saying goodbye, I have to say sorry for my English. I just learned it through your weeb streams.
Oh damn.
Bye.
That's terrifying. That's terrifying.
Well, your English is perfect, then all things considered.
Imagine learning anything from me. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. Alright, so let's go to the sub box and see if there's anyone I need to say thank you to, because I don't want to get behind on that. Grew up playing JRPGs, Legend of Dragoon, Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 10. I really didn't like Final Fantasy 10. I would say that Final Fantasy 7, Final Fantasy 8, Final Fantasy 9 is like a progression of the kind of crazy where it's starting to lose me a little bit, you know, with each one. Final Fantasy 8 is my favorite 3D Final Fantasy just because I was able to play it on my own. Final Fantasy 7 would probably be my favorite 3D Final Fantasy, but that's a game I only played like I watched my friends play because I didn't have a PlayStation at the time. But like with each one of them, it starts to get progressively more batshit, and by Final Fantasy X, I think the series had completely lost me. And like Final Fantasy used to be my favorite series. Like I can't overstate that enough. Like Final Fantasy used to be like, I'm gonna play every single game in this series as it comes out forever. You know, it's my favorite thing. And you know, Final Fantasy X was like, oh man, it's in 3D, this is so cool, and you know, I really wish I had a PlayStation to play it myself, and I didn't. And then Final Fantasy 8, you know, I finally had a PlayStation, and I was like, okay, I get to play this one by myself, and it was like, yeah, it was like a really good experience, but it was kind of like, this is a bit weird, and it's kind of different, but okay, I'm still enjoying it. And then Final Fantasy 9 came out, and I was like, it's kind of disappointing, you know. I don't like the main character, and I don't like the story, and you know, I'm kind of almost playing it just exclusively to see the really pretty cinematics at this point. And then Final Fantasy X came out, and I was like, yeah, I'm done. I really did not like Final Fantasy X. So I think after that, I didn't even finish them. I don't think I finished the Final Fantasy after 10. I don't even think I finished Final Fantasy X. No, I did. I remember now. I did finish Final Fantasy X. I just didn't play the spin-off, the dance dress-up Rockstar game. Lily thinks I'm kidding, but it's not. And yeah, I didn't finish a Final Fantasy after that. Yeah, I was done. Final Fantasy 9 is the best out of all. It might have the best sort of overall tone, and maybe it has some of the best supporting characters, but I hate the main character. I hate him so much. So that really put me off. What is going on up here? Temporary enemy slowdown with a on use effect. Okay, so thank you to, I think, Snuggles and 2Button and Aloe Vera for subbing while the stream is down. Thank you very much. Snuggles, 2Button, and Aloe Vera. And since we... Oh, I'm sorry. And Some Jabroni. Almost didn't say thank you to Some Jabroni.
Wow.
That would have been some tragedy, huh? Thank you, Some Jabroni. And since we started today, thank you to Bab Siatidicta, who I always butcher the name, for the 15-month resub. Thank you to Crocano, or Crocano861, for the 25-month resub. Hi Joe, finally I am able to see the start of a Q&A and not wake up in the middle of the night to catch one. Oh, you're right from the start. The starts are kind of boring, so sorry, Crocano. Hopefully it was at least a little worth it. Thank you very much for the 25-month resub, and I hope you enjoy the more laid-back Q&A stream. Thank you, Quinel, for the 14-month resub. Someone in chat just said Van is great. Wow, imagine having that bad taste. You should be ashamed of yourself. Quinel is a 14-month resub. He doesn't know chat. He doesn't know this is true. I don't know anything about this game or life in general. I'm constantly...
Joe's awake now. Can you tell?
I'm constantly...
He was still sleeping at the beginning, but now... Now he's awake.
The bad opinions perked me up. I think maybe I would appreciate Van more now. I'm not sure who I would hate more, Van or Zidane. I'm not sure. The problem, I think Zidane is a really annoying character, and Van... But Zidane is a really annoying character, but he's still the main character. Like, it's still about him. Whereas Van is less annoying, but it's not even his story. He's just along for the ride. He's the van that they're taking with them, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like... So, that's how I remember Final Fantasy XII. So, maybe that's why, but... I don't really remember Final Fantasy XII all that well. I just remember thinking that, why am I playing as this guy when I should be playing as the Gruff Knight or Balthazar? You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those, right? Like, I didn't really take to it all that. But the presentation of Fantasy XII is great. It feels like Star Wars. Thank you, Politicus, for the 4-month resub. Who is this madman? Uh-oh. Think they're talking about me?
I hope so.
I'm not sure. Thank you, Politicus, for the 4-month resub. Thank you, Reborn2141, for the 3-month resub. Thank you very much. These all kind of came in at the same time, and then there's a gap. I guess this is when we started. We've been live for 30 minutes. It's hard. I can't see the window, but
not anymore.
I don't want to alt tab out. Thank you, Reborn, and thank you, SW Pi Drahida, Swapai Drahida, maybe. I don't know. Drahida, thank you for the new sub Prime. Welcome to Prime Time. Welcome to the Pickle Pile. And thank you to Samuel Aguiar09 for the new sub with Prime as well. Welcome to the Pout Patrol. Welcome to Pout Patrol. And just as a cringy to Babsia Tadicta, 15 months in the Cringe Crew, Crocano, 25 months in the Konnichiwa Club. Quinnell, 14 months in the Dragon's Den. Politicus, 4 months in the Cringe Cafe. Haven't done that one in a
Having
while.
a Mortifying Mocha.
Mortifying Mocha. Reborn, 3 months in the Kawaii Clan. And I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. Also, Joe, I mentioned a friend called Gustavo in my question. He's watching a stream with the name Scythian. Okay, cool. Have you heard that Belth was intended to be the Protector 12, but they worried people wouldn't identify with them, so they made Van? Oh god, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? I think maybe as a big stream event, I'm really toying with the idea of one day we just sit down and we're like, okay, so for the next for the next few months, maybe even a year, we're just going to play every single Final Fantasy game. I think that would be a fun time. I think I would really enjoy that. And it would start off okay because the earlier ones are pretty short, and then it would turn into this big, huge, long saga. But I think that would be fun.
Is 10 the last one?
Sorry?
Is 10 the last one?
Final Fantasy?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it's still going.
I was going to say, you start out good and then you're bitching and bitching by the end, right?
Yeah.
I love that.
It's still going. I think the latest one was 15, right? Have they announced 16?
There's that many? Wow.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've heard of it, but I don't know how many there are. I just thought, because you mentioned 10 being so bad, right? That you didn't like it.
Yeah, I really don't like 10. 10 is some people's favorite. Is 12 or 13 or 15 anyone's favorite? Like, I can see the MMO being someone's favorite, but that doesn't really count. Like, or the MMOs. Those are different games, so I don't think those should count. But is, like, 13 anyone's favorite? Pretty bad. Hard mode for those streams. We'll do all the spin-offs too.
The last one has the Backstreet Boys, Lily. Aren't they still going too?
It really does have the Backstreet Boys. It really does. Some people really like 15, yeah. Okay, let's go to the first question from Twitch. It's a momentous occasion. Here we go. And who is starting us off? It is... Dun, 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 dun. It's Assistant Weeby, but you know what? Fuck you, Assistant Weeby. We're going with Bartik sauce. Here we go.
You can't do that. Are you still here? Or did you pass out by now? Poor Assistant Weeby.
Go for it, Lily.
Hey, it's the backseater that pings you for dumb stuff like Code Vein. Is it Vestiges or Vestiges? I've never said it.
Vestiges, I think.
Vestiges. I have to stay true to my name, so here are some weeb questions that I haven't seen anyone ask.
Okay.
I started watching you when you began streaming Danganronpa. It was really surprising to see the contrast between YouTube Joe and Streamer Joe.
Yeah, I bet.
I know it has probably been a slow process of getting more comfortable on streams, but at which point did you start attracting weebs as your audience? When did the memes or inside jokes start?
So someone asked this on the last stream, and maybe you were there for that, and you kind of got the answer already. Maybe it was you, and you were really impatient. I don't think so, though. I don't know. So I think that it was probably around Xenoblade Chronicles, but I think I might have started making some stupid weeb jokes before then. Did we play Xenoblade Chronicles 2 before Undertale or after Undertale? Because that was like I think when it became a full-fledged meme was when, do you like anime, and I accidentally hit yes, and Kate is awake. She heard us talking about anime. So around then. But yeah, I don't know for sure. Like, the conclusion we came to on the stream when we were talking about it yesterday was that there's a lot of crossover, and by a conclusion we came to, I mean me. There was no consensus. It was me just talking on my ass as usual. Was that there's a lot of crossover between people who really like anime and people who really like video games, and there seems to be a lot of our the first gamer generation grew up with anime and games at the same time. There were a lot of anime TV shows that they could get into at the beginning. When I was a kid, it's a bit of a meme, but it was still the first anime that I think a lot of people at my age group were exposed to. The elder millennials that are millennials but still in their 30s right now, was Sailor Moon. That was the first time I ever saw animation. And it was whoa, it looked so much different enough than anything else. That was a cartoon back then. I was like, what the fuck is this? This, it was interesting even though I didn't really care for the theme or the story, especially back then, as it a kid's oh, it's a girl main character, it must be for girls, because that's the era that I grew up in, But then there was there's Pokemon, and there was Yu-Gi-Oh! and Beyblade, and Dragon Ball Z was really, really huge when I was a teenager, things like that. I didn't watch any of them more than just in passing, every so often I'd catch an episode. Dragon Ball Z was in particularly just impossible. It was just it was too serialized. It's an ongoing story every single week, so if you weren't watching that and keeping up with it, it was fuck you. And I kind of think maybe you guys can tell me this. Am I wrong, or did anime kind of lead the way with that? Because I remember thinking, when was the first kind of running of TV shows that became 100% serialized? Because there was a time in the 90s and the early 2000s that most shows were Friends. Friends had an ongoing story, but it was mostly every single episode is its own kind of enclosed, encapsulated thing. Has its own start, its own ending, and its own problem that they resolve by the end of the episode. Whereas lately, I think one of the first ones that did it was Deep Space Nine, right? Was that it's this? They do have some times where they're dealing with one problem, but it's just every single week is just next part of this long ongoing story. And I feel kind of anime did that way before mainstream live action TV did. Am I wrong there, or what? So I think maybe, but yeah, that's interesting to realize, anime leading the way on something for once in its life. Yeah, so I think it's probably something from the crossover with what?
Nothing.
What? Is this someone say something funny?
Someone said something funny, but don't read.
Okay, I'm not reading. So something about the crossover between it just being quite spread out throughout our generation. I really wanted to get into anime when I was a teenager. Surprisingly, I enjoyed the art style. I thought it was cool, and there was a one of my first almost girlfriends was really into anime too, so that sort of thing. And I just didn't have the opportunity to get into it. It was too difficult for me to find it for some reason. I didn't think to pirate it for some reason. I think maybe my internet was really, really bad. I'm not sure. I think my internet was awful, and I wasn't able to download anything really. That any video or anything. Like we were on dial-up for a really, really long time in my teenage years. I think forever actually. I think we didn't get like faster than dial-up until we came back to Canada, and by then it was like just into games instead of anime stuff. I distinctly remember one time I was trying to get into, like, I found out that there was a channel on TV that would broadcast anime. I swear to God, this happened to me. It was like I found out there was a channel on cable TV that put anime on really late at night, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna try watching some anime. And I don't know what it was, but I went downstairs in the middle of the night. I think it was like 2 a.m. And I went downstairs and I turned the TV on. I'm sitting there in the dark watching this anime thing. I'm like, I didn't even have a plan. It was just like, I'm just gonna watch it and that's it. And I'm watching it, and the door opens and my sister walks into the room right as some anime titties show up on the TV screen. And she was like, "What are you watching?" And I just like psychically turned the TV off with the remote control just materialized in my hand, and I'm like, nothing, go to bed. You know what I mean? Like, so like then I was like, okay, I'm not doing this again. I didn't realize there were anime titties. You know what I mean? Like, I think back then I was still in my phase where I was really afraid to get in trouble. I was a very well-behaved child because I was just absolutely terrified of getting in trouble. That changed quite heavily as I got older, but yeah, when I was younger, like I was absolutely terrified of being in trouble. So that to me was like, I could really get in trouble by watching, porn on the TV downstairs. Like I was the kind of kid that Eminem was out, and I asked permission if I could listen to it. I was that kind of like really don't want to get in trouble. I don't know why I was like that though. Like my parents were fairly they would punish you if you got something wrong, but they weren't that bad. So I don't know about that. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So I think that there's just a lot of crossover, and it became something that people enjoy to see when it comes to like experiencing tropes and everything that they're really familiar with that I've never seen before. And sorry to repeat some stuff that we said on the stream yesterday, but yeah, I think that I haven't changed my mind in the 24 hours. So it's really fun to see. Sort of like when you people want me to play a game that's really popular. People want me to play Undertale because in their head they have these moments in Undertale that they I want to watch him play it, and I want to see him get to that point. And not just me, like any streamer, like their favorite streamer, because they want to see the reaction to like this thing that happens. You know what I mean? And then you get there and it's like, holy shit, like this we're finally there, and you get to like, there's anticipation, you get to look forward to it. And it's sort of like that on a much broader scale with a bunch of anime tropes, like what's Joe's reaction as someone who's never seen this before? How is he going to react to the swimsuit episode, or the hot springs episode, or the beach episode? How is he going to react to seeing a sun deer before, or something else? I'm sure there's some other weird tropes that we haven't even found yet, like on stream, or what kind of somewhat unique observations is Joe going to bring to the table, having never seen any of this before? Like, holy shit, he realized that all anime is just the same 10 character archetypes just re-scrambled with different hair colors over every single series. You know what I mean? Like, that sort of thing. Not that that's necessarily right, but I think people find that entertaining, and I think I might too, if there was something like that I was into, like I'm struggling to think of an analog when it comes to games, but yeah, like seeing someone get into your hobby can be fun. And are we just like never gonna kill these guys, or what? And I think that's my only answer. I think that's all I can say about that. But I think it's fun. I think it's fine. I don't mind it. I think the streams are usually firing on all cylinders when we find some cringy anime game to play that has a really fun anime story. So I think that like something like Code Vein is probably the holy grail, because not only is Code Vein cringy anime stuff, it's also like good gameplay. Usually when we play a game that has that sort of thing, I'm not really into the gameplay, so that's good. For me, at least. I'm not sure how it is for you guys.
But what do you think about Other Joe?
Other Joe?
Yeah, Joe Mama.
Oh, okay. You just learned about that, huh?
Someone wanted me to say it to you.
Okay.
I've been waiting for you to stop talking that whole time.
Alright.
While sitting here being like, make sure you don't forget the punchline, because you know I always forget the punchline of a joke.
Was it Nova?
No.
Okay.
I think he left a long time ago.
Nova Canoe messaged me on Discord the other day, and he was like, how's it going, Joe? And I was like, I took it really seriously, and I was like, oh, I'm stressed out because the Witcher video, but, still adjusting to a new baby, like it's, this kind of like, this serious response. How are you? And then it's like, he wasn't online at the time, and then 12 hours later, I just get a message from him, Joe Mama. He must be reading it, it's like, God damn it, fuck it, I'm committed, and he just drew that.
Well, I hope he would approve of my presentation.
Yeah, I hope so too. Anyway, was there another question from Assistant Webby?
Short question. Are you going to take anime show suggestions when you finish JoJo sometime after Witcher is done?
No. I guess so. Like I'm gonna spoilers for the future streams. I'm gonna make an effort to watch JoJo before we start streaming Persona 5 Royal, because I think that would be fun to have some references that I can do. That's on my docket. Like I'm gonna watch JoJo. Shami has offered to watch the first series of JoJo with me on voice, to get me through it, because apparently the first series of JoJo isn't all that great.
Emotional support.
So you get through it with someone helping you along, and then I can be like, little bird leaving its anime nest with the big googly bright eyes, and I can go and watch the rest of JoJo on my own. But after that, I don't know, like, I really gotta say, guys, I'm really sorry, but it really doesn't interest me. Like, I'm sure there is some great anime, but it's not gonna be something like, hey, now I'm gonna watch anime regularly. I don't even watch like TV regularly at the moment. It's like even the stuff that I like. There's so many shows that I'm really interested in that I don't have time to do. Like, it's time to finish. Like, I really want to watch Justified, and I watched the first season of that, and I didn't have time to finish it. I really want to watch finish watching Hell on Wheels. There's a new series of Hill House coming out, Hill House at some point, the Haunting of Blythe Manor. I'm currently watching the 100, but there's probably, if I sat here and thought about it, there's probably like a dozen or so shows that I really want to finish. So, like, I'll take suggestions and I might watch them eventually, but it's not going to be something that is going to happen like often enough for you guys to get something out of it. However, like, if it's fun, and I could treat it as like almost not quite work time, but kind of like related to work, because if it's like makes the streams more entertaining, it's sort of like, it's almost like doing research, right? So maybe, but yeah, I'm the only ones I'm really interested in are Cowboy Bebop, maybe Death Note, Monster. I think there was one. I think it was Monster or something else that another YouTuber who will remain nameless, because I'm not sure if people want to know if he watches anime, or she, was something like that. That came highly recommended. So I'm not sure, but we'll see. But yeah, I'll take suggestions always, and put it in the file, and then that'll be the end of it. I'm not picking this up because there's an achievement to unlock a character by not picking up any hearts by getting through the first 2 floors, right? So I'm not picking that up. I think there's also one for not taking any damage on the first 2 floors, right? We've already fucked that up, so I'm not picking that up. I think that I really wish that there was a way to stream anime with an audience. I would really enjoy watching anime with you guys, because then we can like have that communal experience, and we can laugh at it together, and if it's good then we can be surprised together, you know what I mean? Like I would have really enjoyed watching the Danganronpa 3 anime with you guys. That would have been really fun. But yeah, unfortunately anime is illegal, so streaming it is also illegal. But I don't know, maybe I should appeal to my congressman. Maybe we should get Trudeau on the phone and see if he can make streaming anime legal. But yeah, I would enjoy that immensely. I think that would be fun. Can we get up here? I think we can. Are there any animes, you know, that's the plural of anime, right? Animes. Are there any animes that people would really like me to watch apart from JoJo? JoJo's the holy grail, right? I already have jokes for JoJo and Persona, don't worry. Like that's I have to do that. I can't resist. Ponyo. Oh, this doesn't look like anime to me. This looks like an actual movie. Okay. Yeah, anime movies might be better. I know that there's a lot of high quality anime movies. So I would classify them as something different actually than the Big Long series. It's just like is it Ghibli? Yeah, Studio Ghibli. Yeah, Disney Presents. Yeah, I was gonna say there's a comparison to be made with Disney there. Yeah. I think even Lily might enjoy these, but not sure. Oh wow, there's so many.
Yeah, you woke up, chat.
Your Name, I've heard of Your Name, yeah. Joe, do yourself a favor and don't take suggestions. But then I'm gonna end up watching. Look, I'm gonna look. Okay, best anime series. Okay, here's what we're gonna end up watching: Samurai Champloo, Gurren Lagann, Cowboy Bebop, Full Metal Alchemist, and then just B ... Brotherhood, Kill la Kill, La Blue Girl, Code Gassy, Steen's Gato,
Kill la Kill sounds kind of
Neon Genesis Evangelion,
anime noir.
Dragon Balls, Psycho-Pass, Dragon Ball Super. Oh, that's a new one. Now their hair is blue instead of blonde. Purella Magi Madonna Magical Girl. Okay. What the fuck is this shit? 4.8 out of 5 on Crunchyroll. Alright. Purella Magi Madoka Magical is a Japanese anime television series that was created by Magical Quartet, an artist collective consisting of director Akiyuki Shimbo, screenwriter Gen Urobuchi, character design. Okay, this is important plot. Okay, here we go. In the fictional city of Mitakihara, Japan, a middle school student named Madonna and her friend Sayaka Miki encounter a small cat-like creature named Morgana. It offers a contract in which a girl may have any wish granted in exchange for attaining magical powers and being tasked with fighting witches.
And Madonna and Morgana can switch bodies, because Madonna, it sounds like Morgana.
Exactly. Meanwhile, a transfer student and magical girl named Homura Akemi tries to stop Madonna from making the contract with Morgana. Madonna and Sayaka then meet Mami Tomo, an upperclassman, oh man, they call her senpai, at the same school, who is also a magical cat girl. Mami offers to take Madonna and Sayaka along on her witch hunts. That does make sense, actually, my bad. So they may learn of the responsibilities that come with being a magical Gyura. As Madonna contemplates accepting the contract with Kyubi, I said the wrong name. She watches the witch kill Mami and I just said a spoiler.
Why do they all have band names.
Okay, we're stopping. I'm sorry if someone was gonna go watch that after that. I'm sorry. This is why we take suggestions. Someone in chat, I swear to God, someone in chat is typing out right now, or they're about to, or already have. Joe, you think this is a joke, but I swear to God that series is actually good. I swear to God that's about to happen, or it has happened already. Seriously. Oh, man.
Joe dropping one of the biggest spoilers of one of the best shows.
There you go, see? I'm sorry that I spoiled that. I didn't think that was going to happen on Wikipedia. Madoka Magic is actually good. See? Oh, we picked up a heart, didn't we? God damn it. God damn, we did, didn't we? Or maybe we got a full heal from this. No, we picked up a heart. Shit. Alright, see, we need to be able to stream it. It's actually one of the most acclaimed modern shows. Have you seen that Jennifer Lawrence gif where she's like, "Sure, Duddy, sure," and she's giving the thumbs up. She's like, "Yeah, sure." That's what I think right now. There's no way magical schoolgirl cat fairy is gonna be a good show. Like, there's no way. There's no way. You guys are trying to rumble me. Madoka is overrated. Wow, it's overrated. How can it be overrated?
Hi, Lemaniac.
How's it going, Lemaniac? Did Assistant Weeby have anything else?
Yes.
Okay.
Edited in small optional question because second one was short. Except when Joe gets to it. Joe can make any short question long.
That's true.
Feel free to skip this one. Have you played any Borderlands games? If you did, I wanted to recommend Tales from the Borderlands. It's by far the best Telltale game, IMO, and it's also hilarious.
So this, yeah, it's fine you asked this because it's an easy one for me to answer. I haven't played them. I tried Borderlands 1 years ago, shortly after it came out. Weeaboo Bill and I have a friend who's into Japanese culture. He's not really into anime though, but I like to call him Weeaboo Bill. Not just for chat, but also to him because it makes him mad. So yeah, Weeaboo Bill. We tried to play it, and he was into it more than I was, but I didn't really like it. So I just I played it for like an hour or two with him, and I was like, fuck it, and that's it. So that's the only thing I know about Borderlands. And that's all I can say. I'm really not interested in the series. It seems cringy as fuck to me, and I don't think the gameplay is something I like. You know, after being so gear dependent and the shooting felt really bad in the first one. Maybe I will try the third one on stream one time and see if it's something I can get into. Maybe with stream watch with people watching me, and maybe we could play it with some viewers, maybe? I don't know, but it doesn't seem like my thing.
That is all.
That's it? That's all from Assistant Weeby? Okay. Thank you, Assistant Weeby. I'm sorry I said the spoiler for that show. I wish I hadn't. I guess if you were gonna watch it, you've already watched it. I feel really bad about it.
Thanks for your answers. I'm going to sleep now. Madoka, unironically amazing them.
Oh, damn.
Well, good night, Assistant Weeby. Thank you for staying up to be with the stream.
If Weeby became my go-to anime recommender, he really would be an Assistant Weeby, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Exactly. Interesting. Maybe that's his plan all along.
Well, it makes sense, doesn't it?
It does. But what's his endgame?
Hidden agenda.
What's his endgame? Oh, we blew up the door. Okay, so let's go over to... okay, we've taken one from Patreon and one from Twitch chat, or Twitch sub, sorry, on Discord. Let's take some questions from chat, and then we'll answer, I think, 2 of each of Patreon and Twitch subs. I'm not really too worried about this going too long anymore because we can just have we can just keep going over multiple Fridays, right?
Yeah, it's unlimited.
It takes
when we finish, there'll be more.
Yeah, so. It takes how long it takes, so it's okay. But yeah, if you want your question to be 100% answered, you can, and you are a Twitch sub, you can go on Discord and you can ask it in the special Discord room if you would like to take part in that.
This has been asked a few times.
Okay.
Hey Joe, what's something you think that video games unnecessarily struggle at that other mediums don't?
Oh man.
Sorry, it's a big question.
Why did you read
it's
that
loaded,
one?
But I think they've asked like 4 times now, so.
Where is it? Hey Joe, what do you think some of the video games unnecessarily struggle at that other mediums don't? I want to say just basic writing, but I mean, I kind of feel like other mediums struggle with that too. Like, I feel like many movies and many TV shows get a lot of basic writing stuff wrong too, because writing is really difficult to get done when you're collaborating, because it's hard enough to do when you're on your own. You know, there's always this struggle of, you just want to have things that are really interesting and cool happen, but they don't necessarily always make sense. And there's always a struggle of like, oh man, if only I could do this, but you know, that contradicts the point I made earlier, and it's kind of like, fuck it, I'm doing it anyway. It would be really, really good. You know what I mean? Like, and that gets even worse as you get more cooks added to the broth. You know what I mean? Too many cooks. So I think that any collaborative medium is going to suffer. I think movies especially do. You know, like, I'm thinking more of action movies and everything. TV, I don't really watch a lot of bad TV now, so maybe that's why. Whereas I'm way more willing to watch bad movies than I am to watch bad TV, because when a movie is badly written, it still usually has really good action, and that's what I like to see in these types of movies. So I guess it is in TV. I'm not sure about this point. It's just the fundamental structure of every single. I think we're gonna talk about this later actually as well, because someone asked a similar question about writing, about books and movies. The fundamental structure of every single video game is an action movie, because an action movie needs to be built with the intent of facilitating action scenes. You know, that sounds like, yeah, duh, but it's true. You know what I mean? Like, you have to have the action scenes for it to be an action movie, and to have that, you need to have an excuse for characters to fight. You know, whether they're in giant robots fighting aliens, or they are fighting each other, or it's a lot of shootouts, or it's a sport movie about boxing, you know what I mean? Like, it's a bunch of stuff. Probably not really about the boxing. I don't know if the boxing movie is really about the fights themselves. I haven't seen the new Rockies and everything, so maybe not. It's more about like the perseverance and determination there. But you know what I mean? Like, a typical action movie, like, it needs to have a story excuse for these fights to happen, and that's what pretty much every single video game needs too. It needs these excuses for combat to happen, and I think that's when you end up with these way more creative settings, like in Persona, where they're trying to find new ways to have combat happen without having to have the typical combat kind of like invading aliens bullshit tropes, you know what I mean? And because of that, you get a lot of stories that end up being very samey and don't make all that sense, or kind of dumb because they need to have the combat to happen, you know? Like, it's difficult to justify, you know, having characters be able to be talked out of conflict, and they sit down and have, you know, a moral debate or a philosophical discussion about something, when having that option be presented to the player destroys quite possibly hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours of work that went into a boss battle that now that player isn't going to see, you know? So I would say that video games struggle with that. I don't think video games struggle with visuals. I don't think they struggle with cinematography, although somewhat. I feel like... Alright, let's get to the first Witcher reference of the night. I feel like Witcher 3 gets its proverbial dick sucked quite a lot for being very cinematic and having really great camera angles and a lot of discussions and dialogue scenes, and I feel like that's kind of like, it's good, like, it really adds a lot to it, but like, is that really worthy of a whole lot of praise? Because I feel like there's quite a lot of other games that do that well, but they just aren't gigantic 100-hour RPGs, right? So I mean, I kind of feel like this should be basic level expectations here, but because typically big long games like that just have two characters thrown with just head cams on each one as they take turns to talk to each other. It's like, oh my god, it's so good, and it is good. It adds a lot, but yeah, I guess it's just an issue of the era that we're in with these RPG kind of things. I'm not sure. But yeah, so I would say somewhat cinematography, mostly writing, but I'm cheating because I kind of feel like other mediums struggle with that too. Writing is just so difficult. What else would they have? I think that's it. I think there's no other real crossover because it's just gameplay after that, right? Continuity. There's a lot of other like it's almost everything struggles with continuity. Even books that are written by one person, they struggle with continuity. Didn't George R.R. Martin once forget the gender of a horse, and his fans got really upset? I mean, who really cares? But apparently they were very upset that he forgot the gender of a horse. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, that's it. Good writing is a miracle sometimes. Yeah, I kind of feel like a lot of it is accidental. I kind of feel like the way that Stephen King writes is how a lot of writers write, but they just don't admit it, which is that they just throw an immense amount of crap at the wall and see what sticks, because Stephen King has a lot of bad stories, especially endings. They're terrible. But when he gets something good, it's really good. So I kind of feel like he's just more honest about how much he ends up writing, and he just is like, fuck it, I'm gonna publish it and see what happens. Like maybe he had an experience one time where he thought something was kind of shit. Actually, I know he had this kind of experience because it was kind of shit. I'm not the biggest Stephen King fan, by the way. He's one of the authors. I think Lily would agree with me here. He's one of the authors that's quite forthcoming with details about the writing process. You know what I mean? A lot of writers are like, yeah, this took me 15 years to write, and you know, it went through 150 different drafts and 5,000 edits, and I'm only exaggerating just a little bit here with the things that some writers say about their work, you know, and you know, and this is how much time it went into, and you know, please think that, you know, this everything was carefully well thought out, and there was, you know, that sort of thing. Whereas Stephen King is just kind of like, yeah, I wrote this and I thought it was shit and I put it in the trash, and if my wife hadn't picked it out of the trash, no one would have ever read it. I think it was Carrie, wasn't it? Yeah, like, so I guess he's just more of like, fuck it, I'm just gonna publish it and see what happens, you know, and if it's bad, it's bad. If it's great, it's great.
That's my favorite of all of his the books of his that I have read. Yeah. So see, if Tabitha hadn't fished out of the garbage, then I never would have read it. So there you go.
So I do wonder if there's something there about just like, fuck it, it's just a happy accident when everything comes together, you know, especially if you don't do a lot of planning. Even with a lot of planning, a lot of things become happy accidents. Or you want to do something really bad. Like there's at the end of the third, I have a series called The Bounty Hunter, and at the end of series 3 of The Bounty Hunter, I was writing the scene that I had planned for like, I think 2 years, and I was really enjoying writing it. And at the very, very end of writing that scene, a character that was supposed to survive something, I was reading the scene back to myself, and I was like, I should really kill him right now. Like, if I killed him, like, this would be a really strong scene, and it's fitting, it's a good death for this character, and I should really kill this guy right now. But he's my main character, you know, like, it's going to just destroy like 200 maybe 300,000 words of more planning that I have after this. But like, I really wanted to kill him because it would have fit, and I was like, fuck. You know, spoilers for my own work, I chickened out and I didn't do it, and I really wonder sometimes if maybe I should have done it. You know, there was a way I could have made it work, maybe, but like, I had all this planning that was there, and I didn't realize when I got there how good of a death that would have been for that character. I'm like, I really should have killed him maybe, and I don't know if that was a mistake or not. So even when you have a lot of planning, there are moments like that can come and kind of surprise you. Should I get this one that costs 7 pennies, chat, or what?
I had a similar experience with one of mine.
Did you?
That I hadn't planned it. I hadn't accounted for it but at the end of the book, it just seemed natural that this person would like go down a different path and wouldn't survive it. And I hadn't planned on killing them off, and I hadn't planned on them being like a villain, and they became a villain because it just felt more natural. And I kind of had a big aha moment of like, I didn't plan on killing you, so sorry, but you have to die. Like,
but isn't that when
it
you
just
when
made
you
more
think?
sense.
Yeah,
It all kind of came together, and it was just like,
I want to say that's when things are usually quite good about writing, and that's when you end up reading something back and you're like, wow, this is really good. But then I just wonder if it's more about like it just feels good to write it. So there's a certain amount of like catharsis that's happening when you're doing it, and it just kind of like it's sort of like a dopamine rush that you're doing it, and it's not really as good as you think it is. I'm not sure, but
my
if it
stories are
is
different though too, because I didn't have a whole bunch planned more after that. Like mine was a one-off book, mine was not a series. So
but if it is true that is when the writing is at its best, then that goes to show you that it is about just writing and just throwing shit to the wall, and it's going to be a lot of trash that you throw out that Stephen King doesn't. So yeah, I don't know. And video games seem to lend some credence to that, because video games are so difficult to make and so difficult to edit, probably more so than any other medium, that when you want to make changes like that and respond to them, like you make a change on page 200, well, if you want, you can go back and change every single other page before that, and all you have to do is change some words. Whereas, in a movie it's difficult, but in a game it's even worse, because now there's so many different assets that need to change, and you might have to start the whole game over from scratch. So I guess there's a lot of planning that needs to go into game dev when it comes to stories, which is also bad, because a lot of game dev is more about can we even do this? We're not sure. Well, let's see if we can get a prototype working and figure it out, and then after that's done, it's okay, well, now we need to plan. You know what I mean? It's a bit difficult. But yeah, you don't plan as much.
no, I don't. I hadn't planned for that, but I got there, and then I was like, I think it turned out a little bit more intense than I had planned it was going to be, and it just felt like a more natural next step for the character that this would happen. That they were on a self-destructive path that they couldn't get off of. And this is what's going to happen. But I didn't plan for it to be that much. That just came out in the scenes around the stuff I had planned. This character was just kind of deteriorating, and it was really interesting to me to get to the end. And that was the first big novel I'd ever written too, right? So It was really something for me to have that kind of moment at the end of, oh my gosh, the killer is she's the killer.
So you got to write by reading, yeah.
But I had planned, but I didn't stick with it. It didn't feel right when I got there. So I guess sometimes maybe you plan, but you can plan whatever you want at the beginning, but sometimes when you get there, it just doesn't feel right. I don't know. Did that ever happen to you?
Yeah, it's just I just don't know if it's because it's cathartic or not, or if it's because it is legitimately a good idea. Not sure. Not sure. That took a little while, so let's go back over to Patreon, and then we'll go back to Twitch, and we'll see what happens. I would argue it's harder in movies, because if you want to reshoot a new scene or reshoot one, you have to gain every actor and match their exact appearance, despite probably months and weeks having passed. Yeah, but I think maybe you can... Okay, so movies aren't always shot in order, right? So you can change things on the fly, or maybe you can do things in a specific order just to feel things out if you have that much planning, but then that's just planning with extra steps, right? And you can make the changes before shooting is over too. It's gonna depend on the kind of movie you're making. If it's something like Avengers, then yeah, okay, there's no way, it's just way too expensive. But with a game, it doesn't matter what you do, So I think some movies are going to be way more difficult, but in general, games are going to be worse. But I've never made a game or a movie, so I'm speaking out of ignorance here. Anyway, next person on Patreon.
Benjamin S. I recently finished Crosscode after hearing it's your game of the year. My only real criticism was with some of the enemy design, especially during the skyscraper mission and the PvP. What are your thoughts on what it did badly or could have done better?
So Crosscode was my game of the year for 2018. It was supposed to be a surprise in 2018 Best Games video that isn't going to be made anytime soon because of Geralt. So I decided to say it sooner rather than later, so because people kept asking like, hey, what was your game of the year, and I might have to sneeze. Sorry about that. Do we want the battery charger or the broken remote, chat? Let me know. So Crosscode is a top-down Zelda-like game, and it is something like, it's sort of like, the best way to describe it is a Super Nintendo JRPG that has real-time combat that's actually good. So Secret of Mana with combat that isn't kind of bland. I wouldn't call Secret of Mana's combat awful, but it's kind of eh. Same with Secret of Evermore. It's disappointing in many ways and kind of clunky considering how simple it is. But yeah, so I would say it's like Chrono Trigger with a really, really good real-time combat system. Although Chrono Trigger has a decent turn-based combat system for me at least, and it has a kind of a similar presentation. So I spoke on stream before about how Crosscode is like one of the first times, maybe it might even be the only time, where I played a game and I felt like I was just 100% the target audience. Like just 100%, like no way it was this is just made for me, you know, like this the person who made this or that was behind, you know, this vision for this game had very similar game experiences to me growing up. Should we have cartridge or the paperclip, chat? Let me know and I'll go back and get it if you want me to switch to the cartridge. So that was a quite the experience, because I don't think I've ever experienced that in a game before. Probably in a movie, although I would struggle to think of one right now, but yeah, I've never really experienced that in a game before. So that was like wow, this is really special. This is what it's like to be the prettiest girl at the dance. So I was quite taken by it. Probably because of that, it's probably not as good as I think it is. It's just that, you know, with my bias and the kind of games that I like and grew up with, that it is something that I really, really took to. So I would say that its flaws, because I'm me and of course I have criticisms of it, are that okay, so I'm going to try and keep the spoiler free, so I can't be as specific as you might want me to be, Benjamin, but I'm going to try and keep the spoiler free, because some people might go and play this game or might be in the middle of playing this game because I think so highly of it, which is surprising me, because I know that some people take my opinions quite seriously, but I've been surprised by how many people have gone on to play Crosscode just because I said it was my game of the year 2018. There's been a lot of people that have said to me, you know, on Discord, on questions, you know, on private messages, hey, I played this game because you said that and I really liked it. Thank you for telling me know about it. I'm like, oh, wow, cool. All right. So I would say that Purple Heart or Paperclip, I would say that one of the biggest criticism I have are the special moves. The special moves are really flashy and they are very powerful and they feel good to use, especially the first tier of the melee attack ones and the first tier of the range, just the first tier in general actually. And there's this really cool building of power moment as you hold down right trigger to build these power up and then unleash them, sort of things. However, I think that they weren't worth the amount of time that went into making them, because I can look at those special moves and I see months of work that went into all of these different special moves that could have been quite possibly one, maybe even two more dungeons with another boss, even if they just took away the later tiers of those special moves. So this is a criticism that I don't usually say on videos and things, so I guess it's the stream special criticism, because usually it's about more. something that's a bit more tangible, I guess, when I want to criticize something like that. But yeah, that seems to me like it was a really bad use of resources. Sort of like how I think the only other time I ever said something like this in a video was I really wish that the optional realms in God of War had hadn't been made, and instead that there was a little bit more meat in the main campaign of God of War 2018. That's so it's sort of like this. It's like they're good and they fit well into the game and they feel good to use. However, I really wish that the game had a little bit more to it in terms of main content that it didn't really need this. I agree with you on some of the enemy designs, especially that area you are specifically talking about. That is like I think the only time in the entire game, apart from maybe apart from the last boss where I died more than twice on an encounter. Was that I think the difficulty in CrossCode is just about right. It wasn't a game that was too hard. It wasn't a game that was too easy. I think there is a hard mode, or there is a way to make it harder for yourself. It does have some stat bullshit where you have to be at a certain level, but the game tells you what level you should be. Like if you're too low of a level, you don't have to guess. Like a character will just outright say, "Hey, you're too low level," and it even makes sense. It's something that isn't even that you have to like, "Oh, the game is breaking the fourth wall. Tell me this now." The way that CrossCode works is that its setting is an MMO. So it is not an MMO game, it's a single player game, but it's set in a fictional MMO in the future, and every other character that you see that you can talk to and have a conversation back and forth with is another player, another person playing this fictional MMO. So it's quite an interesting setting, but apparently there was an anime, Sword Fart Online, that did this, so I think that maybe it was more of a unique setting to me, but I don't know what kind of setting that is, but this was also a kind of like a sci-fi thing at the same time, so I really enjoyed that kind of setting, and it even built into this kind of like this the feeling that it was made just for me as well, because it was sort of like Tapeworm or Paperclip Chat. It was sort of like going back to my teenage years when I would play MMOs like that and I would speak to people. So even that contributed to it. So yeah, I think that even though it is stat based and the levels are important, that it does it all right, and you can still. Oh, these guys look like from Zelda too. You can still get your way through by being under leveled, but I don't think CrossCode is the kind of game you can beat at level 1. I think you have to level up. I tried for a bit to get through the game without leveling up, or I would only level up on the encounters that I had to fight. You know. There's a way of playing, I think, Final Fantasy VI like that, where you run away from every single encounter, and how far can you get? And I think people have beaten the game by clever use of game mechanics and items by never leveling up in Final Fantasy, apart from the fights where it forces you to. And what the fuck is going on right now? I'm so confused. Am I being teleported around? Sorry to interrupt the answer. I feel like I'm being teleported around right now. Maybe I'm high. I don't know. Anyway, so I definitely agree that some of the enemies are kind of disappointing, and that area specifically that you're talking about, yeah, that was frustrating. I wasn't a big fan of that area. There are these machine gun carrying bird enemies that were very difficult to get right while you're trying to move all these boxes around in an area, and I feel like the combat system didn't quite work all that well when it came to those ones. So I was a little bit disappointed in that area, but apart from that, it was okay. Oh, we're dead. Nice, cool. I don't know why we took 2 damage from that instead of 1, but okay. I would say also that the areas are a bit samey, so there are. Oh, how many areas are there in CrossCode? I think there are 5, aren't there? I think there are 5. Maybe there's more than 5. Maybe there's 6 or 7. Hold on. Okay, that does not help me whatsoever. Sorry, I want to count in my like out loud, but I don't want to spoil. Well, some are kind of retooled a little bit later. So let's say there are 6 or 7, and although they're visually distinct and they they're interesting, and they're visually presented quite well. Their structure of them are very similar. So it kind of has that Hollow Knight problem where they Hollow Knight doesn't have any slip surfaces. I speak about that in the video, I think, and it comes across as very boxy because they didn't do that, because it's probably easier to put the levels together. I don't like CrossCode does not have that kind of like, hey, we have to make a concession, so this is what we did in order to make this work. It's not like what Hollow Knight did. It just that the levels just kind of feel very, very similar in terms of overall structure, in just how they've been arranged. It's not just a limit on the level builder that they had. It's just the same kind of cliffs and auto jumping puzzles and sort of mazes, and it just kind of keeps doing that over and over and over again. I think probably the last area has the biggest twist, but by then it was kind of like the color palette was a lot different in the last area, but it was kind of like this feels a lot closer to every other area in the game so far. So I would say that in theme too, I guess the theme of a lot of the areas in CrossCode are a bit bland. You know, there's forest, desert, that sort of thing. So that was a little disappointing. Apart from that, though, I don't think I have anything else. The story was, I wouldn't call the story great, but I don't think it was really trying to tell like a really great story. It was just trying to give like some emotional context and have some decent moments, and there's some payoff with it too. There's a really, really great moment, I think maybe a little over halfway through, where a character like has an anime power-up moment that it was really fun and really cool, and I really enjoyed that. But yeah, I don't think I have any other major criticism. That's it. Has anyone else played CrossCode in chat and agrees or disagrees with me? The main problem I had with CrossCode was that sometimes it was annoyingly difficult to tell what height which cliffs were at. Yeah, I had to adjust to that, but eventually I clicked with it and it was okay. So it's not something that really sticks to my memory, but you are right. Yeah, sometimes it is difficult to tell. Uh-oh. Gonna go see baby?
Yeah.
Yeah? You're gonna miss Ragman. Ragman. She's hungry, you think?
I don't know. I brought him the pillow and everything. I brought everything in the bedroom. I thought I'd feed her up here, but
okay.
I don't know how that's gonna go.
If she's really, really hungry, you might be able to feed her in here.
Cause yeah, she slept a lot today, so she's probably gonna devour it.
Oh yeah, and if she cries, she cries. You know, like you guys can leave.
So she might want to say hi because she's babbling all day. It's so funny that she's talking.
Sorry about that baby interruption. But I can solo answer some questions for a little bit. Has Joe heard of the Golden Sun series? Yeah, but I don't think I've played any. Or maybe I'm getting mixed up with Golden Axe. Or is Golden Sun Golden Axe just a different name? Should I use this? I have it. I like it until some puzzles got annoying along. I see. I really like the puzzles in CrossCode. That was one of my favorite parts about it, were the puzzles. They're difficult right from the start. I really like the puzzles. Joe, do fighting games appeal to you? Not really. That's a new thing, huh? Going. Sorry about that. That must be really annoying. I think that I could get into a fighting game, but it was never something I really enjoyed much when I was younger. And I think the only one I really got into was Smash Bros. Melee. I kind of get annoyed by. Oh, hi Finn. How's it going? You want a hug? All right, come here.
Take him and I'll go get her.
That's not a fighting game. Melee is definitely a fighting game.
It's a spooky game?
It's the spooky game, yeah, you're right.
I like the spooky game.
You like the spooky game?
Yeah.
Yeah? Why do you like the spooky game?
Daddy,
Yeah?
you have a game on your laptop too.
Yeah, we were watching the spooky game on a laptop, yeah.
No.
I don't have any nostalgia for any of those art JRPG crosscodes inspired by it, and it was still easily my game of the year, so I don't think that being the target audience, like you said, is all that important to enjoy the game. Oh, do you think so? Okay, cool. That's good. Thank you for telling me that's super cool.
Daddy,
It still holds up even without that. Yes?
if I kill monsters in spooky
Yeah,
game.
we're gonna kill monsters in the spooky game. You really shouldn't see this game, but I think it's cartoony enough that you're okay with it. So let's see how it goes. Anyway, last thing I want to say about fighting games is a little bit I can't D word ish. I don't want to say it in front of Finn. Yes.
You want a spooky game?
I like the spooky game. Yeah, I like the spooky game. Is that I kind of feel like a lot of fighting game enthusiasts are elitist a-holes. And yet we're fighting the monsters, and I'm not really keen on becoming one of them. So I know, like, I understand that people like their genres and they really get into it, and I really dislike this kind of perceived righteousness that fighting game fans have, that their game series is the best game series. You know, fighting games are the purest and best genre that there is, and it's like, look, that might be the case for you, and I'm really happy that you like them so much, but, you know, like, just because you think that doesn't make it true, you know? Like, so, yeah, I that kind of puts me off a little bit. Reusable Eternity. Okay, I don't know what this is, but alright. Yes, Finn?
You want a spooky game?
I like the spooky game, yeah.
Yeah, I like spooky game too.
You like the spooky game too?
No.
Okay, I'm glad that you like the spooky game. Is it too spooky?
No, I admit it.
It's a little bit spooky, is it? It's a little bit spooky? Okay.
No.
Alright. So what happened this week? Did you get a needle?
No.
Yeah, you got a needle?
No.
Okay.
Where is this place?
I don't know what this place is. Chat, is this the item that makes me have 9 lives? Because I hate that item and I never want to pick it up again. Or is this the floating head that follows me? Because I hate the 9 lives item and I never want to pick it up ever again. This is flies? It flies? Okay. Oh, okay. I like this one. I like this prayer card. Okay. So you got a needle this week, right? Did it hurt?
I also made it.
It only hurt a little bit, right? And what did you get because you got the needle?
I took a band-aid.
You got a band-aid and you got a sticker. What else did you get? What did Daddy get for you?
I know.
You don't know? What was the yummy food that you had?
Number
Yummy eggs. I got you a donut, right? Because you really like donuts, right? Bribery will get you everywhere.
Eating these monsters?
Oh, killing the monsters, yeah. Was the needle scary?
No.
Yeah, a little bit scary?
I need a cake.
A little bit scary, right?
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Okay. Alright, you need to go to bed, little man.
Why?
Is Leo asleep?
No.
Yeah, Leo's asleep. Oh, Kate's in here now, too. Everyone's in here.
The family, all the family.
Yeah. Everyone's here but Leo.
She fusses and I'll take her out.
Yeah, it's okay for now. Sorry, chat. You get a little glimpse on what our life is like outside of the planned stream, atmosphere. Finn's usually talking. There's usually a bottle or a baby crying or something like that. Huh? This seems like a good item. Oh, that's gross, right?
What is that?
It's a I don't know what it is. It's a gross monster, right?
No.
Yeah. Are you okay with this? I kind of feel like it's cartoony enough that you're okay with it. He saw me watching part of the stream back the other day with us, and he calls this the spooky game, and he's wanted to see it again since. And there's been no problems or anything.
You can equals to monsters?
Kinda, yeah.
I have bread inside home.
Yeah. I think it's more like jam. Right? He's just nodding. It's silly, right?
No.
It's so silly.
the Lego monster.
Don't like those monsters. What other game has monsters? What game are you playing with mommy and that has monsters in it?
A spooky game.
Spooky game? What about house game? You been playing house game with mommy?
Yeah.
Yeah? And there are monsters in that, right?
Yeah.
What kind of monsters are in house game?
Go in there.
Go in there? Okay.
Yeah.
Have you seen that Disco Elysium game? Yep. That's the new Obra Dinn, huh, chat? People are gonna be asking about that a lot. Magnetic tears, alright. What is that? Let's get this. We got damage up. Nice. Nice.
Someone else is full attention too. She's like straining her neck to watch.
Daddy,
Yeah?
these are the gross monsters.
They are gross monsters, yeah. Did you say hello to Baby Kate?
Oh, baby.
What do you think of Baby Kate?
Baby, hey, baby.
She's a baby, yeah. What else about Baby Kate?
Yeah.
Leo?
Nope.
What about Leo? Leo's not a baby.
Nope. Baby, hey, baby.
Baby Kate's a baby.
No. Look at all these monsters.
Can Baby Kate eat food?
No.
Why not?
They should know how I to eat.
She doesn't have any teeth.
No.
What else? What does Baby Kate eat?
That's a mom.
Special milk, you're right. And that's it, right? You don't give Baby Kate any other food, right?
It gains gross. You got gross monsters.
Yeah, we're getting the gross monsters. Yeah. We're getting the gross monsters.
You get all monsters.
We're gonna get all the monsters, yeah. Anyway, to just briefly return back to the fighting game comment, I know there are plenty of people who love fighting games who aren't like that, and they're fine with it. It's just the general kind of feeling I get from fighting game enthusiasts is that they think that their game is the best game series. To be fair, though, I also feel that way about Dark Souls. I feel like Dark Souls has kind of eased off a little bit on that, though. That over time, that's gotten better. Maybe because there hasn't been a Dark Souls game in a while. And also, why are they so, like... Is it because of the magnet? Oh, God. It hasn't really been that many Dark Souls games anymore, and it seems to be Dark Souls specifically. It didn't really go over to the Surge or anything. But yeah, Yes, Finn?
Do I like gross monsters?
I don't like the gross monsters. Do you like the gross monsters?
No.
But I already got into Dark Souls before really realizing that about the community, whereas fighting games, it seems to be like that all the time. But I think I would enjoy it if I got into it enough. I'm regretting picking up the magnet. Finn, you're gonna have to go to bed, buddy.
Why?
Because I'm trying to talk to people and you keep interrupting, and that's adorable when we're just hanging out. But right now, Daddy's kind of working right now. Mom and Daddy are kind of working. I don't like this magnet, chat. I don't like the magnet. I made a big mistake.
Wait, what is that walking around?
It's a gross monster, right?
No.
So go away, gross monster.
Boy, gross monster.
So gonna get you.
I got a cool one. It's a two gross monsters.
Two gross monsters. What color are they?
Red.
Red. Is red your favorite color?
Nah.
Yeah.
So we're gonna play more house game tomorrow? Yeah? We're gonna work to get the slime house, right?
Oh, don't get in the slime house.
That's all he wants.
Slime
That's
house isn't worth it.
He only wants the slime house.
Slime house is not worth it.
So if you go to bed, right? When you wake up in the morning, we'll play more, right?
House game is Stardew, by the way. That's what he calls Stardew. Can you say Stardew?
I do.
Stardew. Can you say anime?
And
Can you say anime sucks?
anime sucks.
Good. Can you say your
Your
best
best
girl
goal
is... Say is. Trash.
Trash.
Say your best girl is trash.
Your best goal is trash.
Good job. Good job.
You can your ghost monster.
Yeah, we're in the ghost monster. Yeah.
Can you have?
Huh?
I think all
Yeah, we're getting all of them. They might get us though, and then we have to try again, right? What happens when you die in a game?
Try again.
You try again, yeah. Are some levels hard?
Yeah, and some was easy.
Some levels easy, some levels are hard, right? What do you do when a level's hard?
What is that?
It's a worm monster.
Do you like one monster?
I really don't like the worm monster.
You getting him?
I'm getting him, yeah, but he might get us, and then we have to try again, right?
What happens if something's hard?
What happens if some levels are hard? What do you do?
Try again.
You try again, but what else? What if you can't do it?
He'll get it.
He has this saying that we're trying to record it, and we can't. Like sometimes we record him speaking on our phones. He has this saying that he used to say where he'd be like,
I just got you.
he's like, some levels are easy, because he plays the Yoshi's Crafted World, and he says, some levels are easy, but some levels are hard. Sometimes you need some help, and it's really cute. And we're trying to get him to record him saying it, but we can't.
You're going to get into one again?
No, we're not gonna get the evil worm again. You're going back to bed, okay?
No.
Yes, you are.
No, I
But
don't
fir-
want to go back to
But
bed.
first, we're gonna say thank you to some people. Can you say thank you with me?
You do.
Not yet. Not yet. Thank you to Samuel. Oh, I said thank you to you already, Samuel. But Finn can say thank you to again. Say thank you.
You do.
Say thank you. Did we say thank you to APOTS86? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Thank you, APOTS86, just in case for the 14-month resub. Say thank you.
Say thank you.
Thank you, Quality Garbage. Oh, that's someone's waifu. Say thank you, waifu.
Thank you, wife.
Thank you, Quality Garbage, for the new sub. Sorry that was an hour ago. When we do Q&As, we usually aren't looking at the sub list often. So hopefully you're still here, Quality Garbage. Thank you very much for the new sub. Welcome to the pickle pile. Yes, Finn?
Either one got you.
Yeah, the evil worm got me, but we'll try again, right?
No.
Thank you, the Getker, for the 2-month resub. 2 months. Hope everyone is doing well. They're doing okay. Almost everyone's in the room right now. So, yeah.
Except for Leo, who's passed out.
Yeah, Leo's passed out drunk, and Kate's having a munch or slurp, and Finn is here wide awake as he usually is, right? Poor boy. You okay?
I can't see.
You can't sleep? I know. I'm sorry. Thank you to Gecker for the 2-month resub again. Thank you, Philip Von Hammers. I can't say that. Philip Von Hammer Sock. There we go. I found a way to cheat for the 2-month resub. Hey Joe, no question, like your stuff. Have a good night. Thank you, Philip Von Hammer Sock. Totally not something else. Thank you very much. Say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wuggy, for the 21-month resub. Isaac, pro tips: you never need health upgrades if you never get hit. the Wuggy never get hit meme. Say thank you, Wuggy.
It's walking.
Thank you, Wuggy. 21 months in Paw Patrol. Can you say Paw Patrol?
Pardon.
Paw Patrol. There we go. Thank you, Keegan Loses, for the 8-month resub. Thank you very much, Keegan Loses. Say thank you.
Thank you.
8 months in the Rub-a-Dub Sub Club, and thank you, Louis Joestar. Is that a JoJo? For the 8-month resub. As a fighting game player, I can confirm. Okay, good. I'm not completely off the mark there. That's nice. That's good. Thank you, Louis Joestar. 8 months in the cringe cave. All right, so you have to go back in your room now, okay?
No.
I'm sorry, kid. You have
Tomorrow
to.
we're gonna play
No.
lots, okay?
Yeah.
We'll have lots of fun tomorrow.
So I'm gonna mute the microphone to hear chat, and the stream might be over. Just fair warning, which is a shame because we've barely gotten into any of the questions. But
Happy.
yeah, the stream might be done. Yes, Finn?
You can show the one again.
No, I'm not gonna play anymore.
It's done.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm just gonna talk to people. Okay? Yeah, you're not missing anything. Okay?
Happy.
Yes.
You like a cookie game?
I like the spooky game. Do you like the spooky game? Okay. Say goodnight, chat.
Good night, cat.
Say see you soon.
See you soon.
Okay, we're back for however long as this can last for. Let's see. Alright, so sorry about that, but that's the reality of doing these. Sometimes that's gonna happen. So apologies. Whenever you're ready, Lily, can you read the next question from Discord? And then we'll carry on.
Bartik sauce?
That's how he says it's pronounced, yeah. I would say Bardiox, but I mean, he knows it's his name. Unless he's making a joke on his own name.
Oh, it's there. I didn't even look there.
Yeah.
It's there. Newly appointed Captain Weeb, reporting in.
Ooh.
After a long time of PC gaming and years of hearing how great the Switch is on multiple podcasts, I finally decided to buy a Switch a couple weeks ago. Fire Emblem 3 Huses is a lot of fun, and I have also bought Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, so I'm all set for tactics games. However, I'm not quite sure what games to buy next. Platformers and fighting games aren't my thing, so for the time being, I'll pass on Odyssey and Smash. Which Switch games would you recommend?
I don't think I've played many, or maybe any Switch exclusives outside of the Nintendo ones. It's just Odyssey and Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is highly recommended. And any fighting game if you want to become an asshole. That's what we were speaking about, right? The Switch to me is mostly an indie machine where I get games that I like already have, and then I can play them portably, which sometimes backfires because they don't run all that well because the Switch is just like a souped up GameCube, right? So I'm surprised by how poorly a lot of them run. It might be the developer's fault, but it also could be like it's not optimized all that well. But it could also be because the developers are used to having hardware that isn't from 2001. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure who to lay the blame on there, or if it's worth it or not. So I don't know, chat. Can you give some suggestions on what some really good Nintendo exclusives? Like I can tell you some. Wow, that was a big burp, girl. I don't know if the microphone picked that up, but holy crap. Sorry, that was Kate having done her slurp. Goose Game. So yeah, but some people really like Astral Chain, some people really like the Dragon Quest Builders, although I'm not sure if Dragon Quest Builders 2 is a Switch exclusive. It might be. You already mentioned fighting games, so the new Smash Bros, but I haven't played that. Yeah, I would just list off exclusives to you because I don't really know. I wish I had the Switch in here, but the Switch isn't even charged, so I don't think I could tell you. Yeah, there's nothing. Sorry, there's nothing. Bayonetta 2. People in chat are saying Bayonetta 2. Is that a Switch exclusive or was that on the Wii U? Dragon Quest 11, Paw Patrol game, Splatoon. Yeah, Splatoon is a big one. Night in the Woods, not an exclusive, but like yeah, it depends on what you're using it for. Yeah, so apart from hey, maybe there's a lot of games that you might want to try out on the handheld. That's it. If you haven't played Nintendo games for a while, let's see. Yeah, lifetime of PC gaming. So there might be some old games from Wii U, like on the Virtual Console, you might want to check out. And if that's the case, like that's way too broad of a question. But you might want to look up a bunch of the best ever Nintendo games, and there are some like classic packs that you can get, or you might want to get the Nintendo online subscription thing so you can play some of their games. I don't know if it's worth it for people that have played a lot of Nintendo games over the years, but it might be worth it for someone who hasn't played a lot of Nintendo games. You mentioned you're not for platformers, but maybe that's just 3D platformers. The new Donkey Kong Country games are fantastic. So yeah, there's a real breadth that's wild that you could get into. I think the Virtual Console, does that include like Star Fox 64 and stuff? Because those games still hold up quite well. There's a lot of games you could try out through the Virtual Console. Mario Maker, I haven't played the new one, but I played the first one and I thought that was pretty fun. Have I played Red Dead Redemption? Someone's asking in chat, and I just saw it, and I'm answering it. No, I haven't. I have only played the second one just for a little bit. I haven't played the first one. That's all I can say, Bartik Sock. Sorry. Do you have another question?
Mm-hmm.
Captain Weeb?
What's your...
I think Bartik Sauce was the one I promoted, Captain Weeb. I think that's what it's related to.
I hope so.
Last
If
stream.
not, they've promoted themselves.
Self
Assistant
promoted.
Weeby might be kind of
A self
upset.
promoted fucking Captain
Well,
Weeb.
you have
Damn.
assistant and captain. You can't confuse them. Got to keep them straight. You're gonna have like a whole what we platoon. What's your favorite tea? What would Trash Chan's favorite beverage be besides blood, of course?
I can think of something else that Trash Chan might like to drink more than blood. My favorite tea is orange pekoe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely orange pekoe. That's the only tea I really like. I'm not really big on green tea or any of the minty kind of teas. And I'm not really into, you know, the smelly orange peel teas like Earl Grey. Not really a big fan of that. Which one of these should I get, chat? Left or right or both? Keep in mind that I'm not that great at the game, so if I get both, I'm going to be in trouble. Let me know. Is there any teas I like? Do you know?
No, that's it. We only really drink orange pekoe. We don't really drink anything else.
Trash Chan looks to me the type of girl that doesn't eat and just drinks a lot of beer, right?
I'm trying to think of like what's like if you go to a bar and you want to buy a girl a drink, and you know, like what would be like the, you know, the trashiest drink you could buy her. And sadly, the only thing I could think of is what I would drink. And that I could see her throwing back some tequila.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what that says about me, but
Trashy
I kept
tequila?
trying to think like what would like, you know, that you'd buy her shots, right, to get her drunk. So what would you buy her? You'd buy her tequila.
Tequila.
So, there you go. I'm honest.
Well, chat doesn't know that we base Trash Chan off of you, right?
No.
So it's a way of life. Yeah, that's what I think she would drink, and that's what Lily thinks. All right, I think that's a pretty good answer. Thank you for the fun questions, Bartik Sauce. Thank you. That was fun. All right, let's go to the next one on. Oh, sorry. There's a message at the end.
Oh, sorry. Thanks for the hundreds of hours of entertainment, by the way. Your streams are always immensely enjoyable, especially when you're playing Weeb games. Looking forward to watching the Bitcher Chronicles this holiday.
Yeah, the Weeb games seem to be when the streams are at their best, I think. Yeah, I'm sad that we can't get this. Yeah, it's I'm not sure if it's something we should actively seek out though. It's better if it's accidental weebness, but we can plan some of it. But it's like I don't think I just want it to be all Weeb games all the time. I think that could get a little awkward or a little tiring. Someone in chat is saying my mom loves tequila.
Hey, me too.
I think maybe you just learned a lesson about your mom, bro. Do you really have a butterfly tattoo, Lily? It's
Only in unmentionable places.
It's for the Mulatties only, right? There you go. Next.
What were they called? Tramp stamps?
Tramp stamp, yeah.
Yeah.
Or a trash stamp. I really wanted to give her a tramp stamp, but it wouldn't let me.
No, I don't have a butterfly tattoo.
I actually think the tramp stamps are kind of hot. Like I'm not even kidding. I kind of think they're kind of hot.
Well, they used to say if you had one, you couldn't get an epidural if you had a baby, right?
Yeah.
They used to. I don't know if it's true or not, but they used to say that. So it kind of discouraged me from ever wanting to get one there, just because you never know, right?
Lily doesn't actually have a tattoo. I just spoiled a little bit of the luster there, huh? Neither of us have a tattoo. I would like to get one though. I think you'd like to get one too, right?
I go back and forth, and I think I would.
Woggy's getting a tattoo next week. Good luck, Woggy. Let me know how it goes. I don't like it when the enemy bullets are the same color as my bullets. I don't like that. Not a fan. Not a fan. I feel like I had something else to say, but now I can't think of it. Anyway, next question. Or next questions.
Oh, you moved. I didn't notice.
Yep.
Silverhand says, "Hey, I really appreciate this being for Twitch subs too now. Even if it has to be scaled back to one question, that's perfectly fine. The Q&As are my favorite content of yours, and this is my first time getting to ask questions."
Really? Over the videos even? Huh. Okay.
What are your thoughts
Thank you.
on spoiler culture? It seems to be very pervasive now, especially on social media. I've read about some research that was done that showed that overall people actually enjoy stories more if they were spoiled beforehand, even when they said before the experiment that spoilers ruin the experience for them. This could differ between people, and as far as I know, the amount of research done on it is very low. But I think it's interesting that this goes against how so many people behave regarding spoilers.
So the reason I'm laughing is because this is like, I think, one of two questions so far tonight that someone asked in chat during the Code Vein streams, and we were talking about it, I think over multiple streams actually. So my thoughts on this are quite complicated because I think it is a complicated topic. I have also heard of the same study that you are referencing, although it might be a similar study, not the exact same one. I think I also heard it. I'm not sure if it's Japan or China that trailers over there have spoilers in them because the audience over there doesn't care, and they prefer to know the big moment going in, and it doesn't really hamper their enjoyment whatsoever. So maybe that's where I'm getting that information from. And we didn't talk about that, like maybe knowing spoilers, it makes something better going in. I'm of the mind that you shouldn't go in, it depends on what the creator wants you to know, and the first time you experience any media, in general, you should try to go in and meet it on, either meet it halfway. If you can't exactly meet it on its own terms, you should try to meet it halfway. There are exceptions to that, especially in video games. Like, I don't think you should have to, like, if you're playing Fatal Frame, I don't think you should have to role play as a young girl in order to be scared. You know what I mean? Like, there are some areas that I don't think you should have to do that, and role playing in video games is one of those ones that's kind of difficult to nail down. Actually, it's surprisingly so. So I don't know exactly where I would draw the line for that, or if there should be one drawn. But we don't have to talk about just video games. We can talk about other things too. I think that you should try and go into it, but if you have learned on your own that you don't particularly need to go in blind, that then go for it. With the conclusion that, or not the conclusion, the thing that I forgot to say on the first stream that we were discussing this, and I remembered to say I think yesterday, is that while I do believe that you can experience content wrong, like you can play a game wrong, you can watch a movie wrong by not paying attention to it, you can read a book wrong by skimming paragraphs and skipping pages. You know what I mean? Like, it's very easy. I don't even think that you could argue that, against it. Once you get to those extreme cases, like, you can definitely experience media in a wrong way. That it's only wrong if it diminishes the experience for you. You know what I mean? Like, if you're watching a movie and for whatever reason the movie isn't all that great, but it's good enough that you still want to have it on the background while you're checking your phone, talking to your friends, or just having a discussion with a group in the room with you or something, or you're not even, it's just a movie you put on the background just to get buzzed, whatever it is that you like to do to get buzzed, then there's nothing wrong with that, and that's fine. It's only when you are experiencing something in the quote-unquote wrong way that it diminishes the experience that it could be considered wrong. That's what I think, and I think that's an important distinction to make, because I think it's easy to forget that, like, but when it comes to specifically story spoilers, I really can't agree, because that's the kind of person I am. I like to be surprised. I like to go in with low expectations, because usually expectations lead me to be quite annoyed. And I like to, okay, we can't get either of these because we don't have the hearts to afford it. Okay, that's a shame. And I like to be like, sometimes I like to guess the twist before it happens. I like to be like, it's like a puzzle that I'm watching, like, can I predict it? And that used to be a really fun game for me when I was younger, but I've tried to get out of that now, and I've tried to just experience things as they are and not try to guess that, because it kind of diminished some of the fun for me from media. But you can still see it happen sometimes on streams where, I will just off the cuff predict something that comes true in the game because I just have so much experience trying to guess those things. I'm not always right, you know, and sometimes they are complete shots in the dark. And I think it's easy to forget the times that I've said something and it turned out to be wrong, because it's like, oh, okay, you know, like it's not memorable. But then when it happens to be true, it's hilarious. So yeah, I think I have more fun trying to guess what characters are going to say now, because I'm noticing that as we become more of a global culture and there's so much art that we consume, probably far more than any other generation, right? That a lot of dialogue and like speech that happens in certain moments in media that is something that's repeated multiple times over different things, like the big confrontation moment, and you know, who are you doing this for? It's like, I'm doing it for me, you know what I mean? Like, it's that sort of thing. Like, these things are coming back like up again and again, and you know, it's not just references. I think it's just sort of like it's getting stuck in the communal kind of hive mind that we are. It's like, it's interesting to think of Twitter like that Twitter and social media in general is becoming like the representation of our entire culture. And whenever something gets picked up and gets like promoted heavily by not just the algorithm, but just like a lot of likes and retweets, it's like events happen every single day, and these are the voices out of the communal hive mind that we have decided represent our views the most, and we're gonna like and retweet it and like it the most. I think Nick just got one of those. He did a tweet about Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga was like, there were 2 tweets about Lady Gaga. She was playing Bayonetta. And then there was another tweet she said later, "What's Fortnite?" And Nick tweeted out those 2 images of Lady Gaga saying those 2 things, and that got mega tweets and retweets and stuff.
Well, and I saw something that Ninja tweeted at her, and then she was like, "Who are you?" or something to him. So yeah, it went further than that.
Do you know who Ninja is?
Isn't he one of the biggest streamers or something there is?
He was one of the biggest streamers. I don't know if he still counts as being one of the biggest streamers because he's not on Twitch anymore.
I've only heard of him. I've never watched anything.
He must have had like a multi-million-dollar deal to go over to Mixer. And it seems like Mixer's like going in the toilet, isn't it? So I don't know what's going to go on with Mixer. But yeah, so I kind of view that as like this like communal gathering of consciousness and everything that's going on with our society now, and it's interesting, but it's also kind of creepy. But yeah, so I kind of see the same thing that's happening in media now, where there are lines of dialogue and that people use in similar situations when it comes to certain stories. Maybe it's because just art is kind of stuck in a rut or something. I don't know. Maybe there's just too much TV being produced at the moment, or too many movies. I'm not sure. But I also kind of have like this pet theory that a lot of people that have grown up in this era kind of like to pretend that they're in a movie of their own, and they like when something happens to themselves, they might even think, you know, oh, this is like that part in the movie, or what would a character say when they're in their situation, and they would even say the line of dialogue that they think is is there, you know, like something really bad happens to them, and they kind of look at the imaginary camera and go, fucking typical, you know what I mean? Like I can see that happening. It's kind of weird. I think it was just Finn just shouting at his building blocks. That sounded like it to me. Sorry, we heard a noise.
There's a line in Gone Girl like that. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I thought that was a really strong.
Yeah, that's sort of what it like confirmed. Like I've been thinking about that for a while, and then I read that, I was like, oh, okay, cool. This is the thing. Yeah. That made me think that maybe there was something onto that. Yeah. What was the question? Spoiler culture. There we go. Sorry, I went on a little journey there when it comes to answering about writing in general. But yeah, I think that if you've learned from yourself, like everyone's been spoiled on something. Maybe it even happened during the stream about a really good anime. Everyone's been spoiled about something. So maybe you found out about yourself that, sorry, Kate is sucking her fingers really hard. Maybe you found out about yourself that you don't care about spoilers. I'm noticing lately, and this is a really bad habit, and I almost tweeted about this. Maybe I still will. Maybe anyone else is out there is going through the same thing. I've noticed that as I get older, I'm less interested in watching movies than I am, like, if I'm only just a little interested in the movie, I'll just read the plot synopsis on Wikipedia. Is anyone else doing that? Is that just a thing like in as you get older, it's just like, you know what, I just can't be fucked unless I know it's going to be good, you know, like, so this is the duality of man here. I prefer to go in blind, but if I'm not really, really interested in something, like, if I'm only just, like, a little interested, I'm like, I don't know. I'll just read the plot synopsis, and if it's really interesting, I'll stop halfway through. But sometimes I'll just read the whole thing, and I'll just be like, wow, that would have been shit. I'm glad I didn't watch that. You know what I mean? Like, there's been a lot of movies that I haven't watched now because of that, because I just read that, and I'm like, yeah, this would have been bad. And that's probably a really bad habit, because it's not fair, but... I'm noticing a lot of movies in particular a lot of horror movies when I look up their synopsis online. Also a lot of like concept sci-fi movies, a little bit like Primer, but Primer is an example of it done well. They don't end, like, they just stop. Do you guys understand what I'm saying there? Like, it's not like, oh, we're building up to this conclusion. It's just, we're just gonna explore this for a while, and then we're just gonna stop the movie. And it's like, wait, what? Like, what about this? What about that? No, you're just supposed to think about it, and it's just supposed to linger in your head for a while after this. It's like, oh, okay, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, it's, and I don't really like that. I like there to be a conclusion. It can be an open-ended conclusion. It can still be like, oh, okay, cool. This is concluding, but it's leaving me something to think about. But like a lot of these movies, they just stop, and I don't really enjoy that. But yeah, so there's the duality of Joe, who really, really wants to go into movies knowing as little as possible. Doesn't like spoilers, but at the same time, if the media only looks just a little interesting, we'll just read the whole thing instead of having to sit down. Maybe it's age, maybe it's time, or maybe it's just like how much media there is now. It's like, I only want to watch the really, really good stuff. And even like shows that you think, or movies you think are going to be like a shoe-in, end up being like disappointing overall. Like, I was really into Game of Thrones, and now it's like, okay, well, do I even want to finish? Because everyone said it was really, really bad, you know, like, Star Wars is something that I was never really into, but I thought that was kind of like a safe bet to have, like, an entertaining time at least, and it turns out, like, okay, actually, no, you know what I mean? Like, so it's hard to know what's worth the time lately.
Well, you'll never watch it all. So if you choose one and
Yeah.
it's bad, you could have watched something else that was good and you missed out on that.
Yeah, like as the greatest song of our generation says, there's more to see that can never be seen, more to do than it can ever be done, right? It's the circle of life.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's
When you
that.
say it like that.
Yeah, so I don't know what's the correct response, but yeah, I can definitely acknowledge and even agree that there is the possibility that spoilers are overvalued. Like going into a story without knowing the big details are overvalued. Like, most people go into the big classics and they know the ending, you know? Like, most people who go into Shakespeare know the ending to Shakespeare. But I kind of want to say that that's kind of different than some media that go into that aren't built around like big reveals and stuff, you know? Like, I do agree with the idea that if a story needs the twist to work, then in most cases it probably wasn't even a good story. You know, you want the twist to, even if it does work like that, you want the twist or the big reveal. Like, it doesn't have to be a twist. You want the big reveal to be something that changes the whole story, so it even like enhances a second time that you're watching or reading. You know, like you want that to be how the reveal works. But I do think there are some stories that can work with that big reveal, that they're not going to be considered like great giant art. You know, it's not going to last the test of time of like something like Shakespeare. But at the same time, I do think that there is something to be said about something that's just aims to be entertaining with that big reveal. I'm thinking of like something like Saw. I don't know why I've been thinking of Saw a little bit more lately. Maybe it's because people want me to play 9999. That was too many nines, wasn't it? Yeah, so I don't know. Like, maybe if I risked it and tried to spoil myself on a bunch of really good movies and then watch them, I wonder if I would still enjoy them all that much. I don't know. I think my favorite movies with big reveals are usually they still survive it, but would I still enjoy them as much? You know, like those are really powerful, like grab you moments. Like they really pull you in. Depends on, yeah, as always, it's gonna depend, right? It's always gonna depend. I wonder if it works the other way too. Like, if you know the ending and you know like where a story is going, could that be like? I wonder if like if it doesn't end well, will that make you enjoy it more because you don't have these expectations going in, and it's like, okay, I know where this is going. I know that I don't have to get my hopes up that this is going to turn out great. I can just relax and enjoy it. Or I wonder if it's like it can make it worse too. It's like, oh, these are a bunch of really great details, and it's I really hope that this ends well. And then if you know the spoiler, like, yeah, it doesn't. I wonder about that. Thinking about Witcher again, you know how it is. Thinking about Witcher might delete later. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all I can say. I think I've rambled enough. I think that's all I can say. Anyway, did Silverhand have another question?
How do you deal with the pressure to experience more things than you have time for? Games, movies, books, etc. This is something I think about a lot, and I'm sure in your position people have asked you about far more games than you have the time to play. As much as it seems unimportant as it's just supposed to be entertainment, this can be stressful at times. I feel like people are probably exposed to this a lot more now because of the amount of information you get from the internet on a daily basis. And it can feel like people around you are doing a lot more than you are, when in reality it's probably because of seeing a huge amount of different people talking about things they've done. I'm going to take her in the other room and see if she'll stay there, because I feel like she's going to start screaming soon.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I didn't want to talk while the door was open. So first, before I answer the question, unlocking the special guy for getting a heart, picking up no heart before the first 2 floors, did getting this item count as that, or is it just hearts off the ground? I'm guessing that this did count, because if it did, I can just pick those up, right? Maybe no one knows. It's a mystery to everyone. Nobody knows. Sorry, door's open again.
I was afraid he's gonna call me. He hears me.
Okay, let's assume that it doesn't, and let's keep going, see if we can unlock that character. So we kind of just talked about that. Silverhand kind of accidentally, it was related, but I think what you're talking about has a term, right? It's called, it's abbreviated to FOMO, which is fear of missing out, and everyone's experiencing all this great stuff, and you're like, well, I'm not experiencing it. And I feel that way sometimes with a lot of, why is this one different color? Is this the one that has like different things in it? Mr. Mega has appeared in the basement. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna miss out on being able to watch like the Marvel movies like blind, and it makes me wonder if that's why I don't like the Marvel movies as much as other people, because most of the time those big revelation moments are spoiled like the day of, like I think the Endgame was spoiled for me. I think it took a month or maybe 2 weeks before Endgame was spoiled for me, whereas like Game of Thrones is spoiled while the episode is still on air, like before the episode's over, because it's just all over Twitter, and unfortunately I can't not go on Twitter for as long as that's going to be the Twitter bomb. What I mean? It's gonna be all over the place. Although maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I could just maybe I could take the risk and not go on there. I guess so. I picked up a heart, by the way, so I'm just picking up the other hearts now. I think I picked up a gray heart by accident. Yeah, so it's fear of missing out. So what I spoke about in the last answer is really related to this, which is like there's so much media now that I tend to just read plot synopsises on some things that I don't think I'm all that interested in. And I don't think this is a good thing. I don't think I would recommend it, but maybe it is a good thing ultimately. Maybe I should see how it goes. Like maybe it isn't bad considering how much there is. I think a good way of getting past this is having a network of people that have similar tastes to you or have the opposite tastes to you. It's like it's something that a lot of people say that they disagree with me on almost everything. And it's like, okay, cool. If you disagree with me on almost everything, then I'm one of the most valuable sources of criticism that there is, because if I like something, you should never play it. And if I don't like something, you should play it, right? Like if you disagree that strongly. So it's like, it's just a resource for you. So anyone that's like that you can find is a really, really good thing. But I think the best way to do that is friends, not critics or anything like that. So if you have a friend that you agree with often or you disagree with often, I think that's a really, you should count yourself very lucky to have that resource available to you, because there is way too much. There's way too many books coming out. There's way too many movies. There's way too many TV shows. It depends on what kind of movies you're into, though. If you're into a lot of just like the really high like blockbuster movies, then you could probably comfortably watch everything that comes out every single year. But if you're into like a lot of indie films and a lot of foreign films, or almost anything really, like if you're like a big movie buff, then yeah, it's going to be really difficult for you to find out what you should watch and what you shouldn't. And the same kind of goes for video games, right? Like video game players, like, are you only playing the big releases that come out? Because there's a lot of people that only do that, and if they do, like, they probably just have barely enough time through the year to just play the big releases and that's it. Or are you someone that likes to experiment with a lot of indie games and experimental games, and you're into a lot of different genres? Then yeah, then you're gonna have some support network that will help you able to identify which games that you should definitely be playing. There's a lot of pressure to even watch a lot of stuff, you know, like it's not just about games either. It's also about movies and books, you know, like video games are, unfortunately or fortunately, like they have almost every single part of all the art that we have created as a species so far, right? They have music, they have visuals, they have storytelling, they have cinematography, you know, most of them anyway. You know, like there are some exceptions, but like video games are just everything, you know. That's why some people think that they're the highest form of art. I would say that that's not true. I think that there's, just because it is the most complex doesn't make it the highest. No fucking way. There's something romantic about the simplicity of other mediums for sure. But yeah, so you end up in this situation where it's like, okay, so if you want to talk about games, you are also going to be drawn into discussions about movies. You're also going to be drawn into discussions about writing. You're also going to be discussions about cinematography and music and everything, really, because it's just, I don't know, is there any form of like broad form of art that isn't contributed in video games? Like I guess dance, but I know very little about dance. Like, but then there's bosses that dance, right? Like our favorite from Code Vein. Like, I don't know. Like, I think that there is this pressure, and because of that, I feel that there are a lot of people that end up coming on the streams, especially that sometimes in these Q&As, that end up asking me like, hey, have you read this? Have you watched that? Have you played this? What do you like this music? It's just this really, and it could just be that people are just interested in just your general taste. Like most of our discussions in modern society are just about the media that we consume, and that's just how it is. And whether that's a good thing or, you know, a Brave New World nightmare, I'm not sure, but like that's a discussion for another time. But yeah, I kind of feel like there is more pressure because everything can be related back to video games, and you should be thinking about it. And I feel bad because most of the time when people ask me, hey, have you watched this, I say no. You know, like animation's another one too, right? Like I'm not talking about anime, like animated films and everything, and TV shows. Like a lot of games are animated, so it's not even just live action. Live action has a cinematography, and is it still cinematography when it's animated? I'm gonna say yes, but does it have a different term? Is cinematography specifically something with a camera, or like a lot of animated shows now simulate a camera, right? So I'm guessing yes, it still counts as cinematography, but I don't know. Maybe not. Anyway, I feel like there's a lot of pressure, and I'm gonna be maybe a little too honest with you guys. Sometimes it gets really annoying, like when it's the, you know, the same question over and over again. Like, have you seen this? Have you played this? Have you done that? Like, I try not to let it annoy me because it's annoying in a way that it's not the person's fault, like at all. Like they shouldn't feel bad, but it does get annoying to answer the same thing over and over and over again. I think usually maybe after 5 times, it gets to the point where it's kind of like I'm a little tired of answering this question, and then I start to wonder if people are asking it more because they kind of want to like badger you into it. You know what I mean? Like, and I can appreciate that, and it's really flattering. It's like, hey, I really want you to experience this piece of media so I can know your opinions on it and we can talk about it. Or you just really like something and you just want to share that experience, right? Like, I want to do that with some people when it comes to different media, but like, I just want to be honest, like sometimes it can get really annoying. But yeah, if you think you are one of those people, don't feel bad. Like, it's fine. It's just me being a little too honest, I guess. Let's not get these hearts. But yeah, it's also about, like, it's not about just, like, gathering information. It's also about, alright, are we gonna get this heart when we jump in? We didn't get it. It's also about understanding references that people say, in like their YouTube videos that they make that I like to watch, and I like to understand the point, you know? Like, it's also really important to have a lot of references and things, not just for jokes, although like I kind of don't like a lot of referential humor, because a lot of referential humor, and this is, you know, a little bit hypocritical because sometimes I make referential humor, but I try to make my referential humor is usually about our own inside jokes, which I kind of feel like are, like, that's way more allowed than just, hey, I referenced Die Hard or something. I kind of feel like a lot of referential humor is just, haha, I referenced a thing, you know? Like, if it's used in a transformative way, to use some YouTube copyright lingo, then I appreciate it a lot more. But when it's just, hey, I said a line from a movie, haha, you know, like, it's isn't it funny? And it's fine in everyday conversation. Like, that's, like, it's not just like, oh, it's tolerable. Like, it can be funny, you know, like, you know, you're just having a quick live back and forth with someone, like, that's fine. But when it's in like a video or something, it's kind of like, oh, you know, I wish there was more to it than that. So I'm not really just a fan of references for the reference sake itself, but it's important to know those references so you understand it when people make it, but also so you can reference things in an academic way, which is like, this experience is like this, or sometimes there won't be a reference, but it'll be homage, and you need to understand what that is, you know. As memey as it is right now, there was that tweet that was going on that showed like a shot from The Dark Knight Rises and the new Joker movie, and it showed like, hey, in case you missed it, you know, like this, when they're side by side, this really obvious kind of thing that is so obvious and so easy to do that it might not even be intentional, because it might be just some stupid fucking thing that people are seeing into it. But it's like, yeah, where Joker's in the taxi in both the Dark Knight Rises and in the new Joker movie. I had a joke about the Joker movie, and now I can't remember it. Fuck. Oh, I remember it now. Okay, I'll say that on the stream one day. Next time we read from the book on stream. Yeah. So it's like that, like, so you can recognize those sorts of things, but also so you can draw those comparisons yourself. And sometimes it can be seen as an easy way out. Like, I remember Shammy had a challenge for himself that in his Surge video he wasn't allowed to mention Dark Souls. He specifically made himself have that challenge, and I thought that was really brave of him, you know, like, I'm not gonna say it, and because it can be such an easy way out to just be like, hey, it's like this, and that's it, that's all you have to say. And I think that's true. Like, sometimes it can be really easy to reference things, but video games suffer from it a little more, I think, because video games are just so complicated. Which ones, chat? Left, middle, right, or both, or a combination of? Let me know. Because video games are so complicated and are hard to explain through the written word that it can be... It's just really efficient to just say, it's like this other thing if you've played it, you know? Left. Probably middle. Left and middle. That seems to be the best one. Okay. Alright, and we're not getting the right one? Okay. Get them all or no balls. Alright. Alright. There we go. You challenged me to a no balls. That's it. We did it. Now let's go up here and do this. Oh, we already did this. Oh, I'm terrible. I'm terrible at this game. I'm awful. It looked great out to me on around the red. I'm terrible at this game. Sorry, Flexen. I'm so sorry. I think that's all I can say. I think I've exhausted that line of thought, Silverhand. A bit rambly. Sorry about that. Is there anything you want to add to that? Do you ever feel like you're missing out
All the time.
all the time
Constantly.
with movies or books or all media?
The books especially makes me feel a little self-conscious.
Oh, can I ask you a question before you get into that?
Yeah.
Do you ever feel that you're missing out with video games?
Yeah. But it's more one of those things. Have you ever had something that you wish that you had more of an interest in? You wished it was more part of your personality, or you wished it was more part of your character?
Yeah, sure.
I had friends that I worked with and stuff who were more into video games and stuff, and they would talk about it, and I always felt kind of left out. And now I'm part of this community, so I constantly feel left out. So it's something though that when I do play video games, I get frustrated, and I don't want to die repeatedly, and I don't want to try over and over again. As soon as it gets hard, I want to walk away from it. So I wish I was a different type of person, because then I think I would enjoy video games more. Instead, I want to enjoy them more than I actually do. As soon as it gets tough, I want to throw my hands up and say, fuck this, I'm done. Like, even playing Stardew with Finn, like, we went to the desert and I got trashed a few times there. And after, like, the third time, I said to him, I need a break. I need to turn it off and walk away. Like, I'm getting mad.
Shit, sorry.
You know? I'm getting frustrated, you know, at that, you know? Even with him there, I was getting frustrated. I didn't want him to see me getting frustrated. So I was like, we're done for now. We'll go and you know, hang out and, you know, on the farm for a while, you know, until I calm down and I can come back. And we haven't gone back. You know, I'm just not. I don't think I'm just a video game person. That's all.
There's a video I think we're gonna reference later. Another question that was like, I think I spoke about this. I told you about this already. Rasputin made a video that like went like mega viral. It's got like over 4 million views right now, and it's about his wife learning how to play games. And I think you should watch it. I think you get something out of it. But it's an interesting question that interesting point you say that you're not into like the adversity of games, because I think like as an art form, video games are all about adversity. Like that's what. So like if you were to look at like the emotional core that's in every art, like a piece of art or every artistic media, I think that games are definitely art, but is gameplay art? And I think that gameplay is like can make you experience something. You know, like Shadow of the Colossus can make you experience something profound. You know, like Undertale can make you experience something profound. There's not a lot of games that can do that through gameplay, but they do exist. But I think that if you're looking at like every game is an art form, that like all gameplay is art. I think gameplay is like the artistic expression of adversity, of overcoming challenge, of like going up against something and just being conquering it and just being like, you know, fuck you, I did it. And the fact that you find that frustrating and you're resistant to it might be that games aren't for you, but also might be that you just weren't exposed to it early on enough. I'm not sure. Should we get this 15 penny thing, chat? I don't know. Like I find that if a game isn't challenging me, it better be doing something really interesting. And if it isn't, then I'm bored and I don't want to do it. Like I really want to be challenged. And now I go out of my way to find that challenge. You know, I almost every single game, not this one though, but almost every single game I go in with my own set of arbitrary rules now. It kind of pisses chat off sometimes. It pisses some people who watch the videos off too. Like, but that's how I enjoy the games now, is that I have to go in with like my own arbitrary restrictions or what's the opposite of a handicap? I'm not sure. Like I have to go in and do that, but like you're like not that at all. So I wonder why. Wonder if it's just the personality type or because you just weren't exposed to games soon enough.
Well, I was exposed to them kind of, but not like that. More from a spectator point of view.
Mm-hmm.
I would see my parents play them, but like I wasn't really, you know, invited to join in, right? So maybe that's what it is. Maybe I didn't play enough. Maybe I didn't play from young enough. I don't know, but maybe I'm not patient enough. I feel like a lot of you gamer people are more resilient and
gamers, please. Yeah. Gamers.
You know, people who play video games, right? And you're more resilient and you're more I want to say you're more patient and that you can take hits over and over again and you can keep going back over and over again. And like, I've seen you play the games when you do the videos, and I've seen you play games when you don't have to do videos before the channel when you used to play. And you still would go back over and over again and you would go at it until you got it.
Yeah.
Whereas I would have said, fuck this shit and walked away and slammed the controller down like and never touched it again. And that's usually what happens. Like I get mad. And I wish I wasn't like that. And I keep trying, but I think that's just, it's a quality that you guys have, that you enjoy getting kicked and you enjoy the whole, I'm rising and I'm coming back and I know I beat the shit out of you and I won, you know, and whereas I'm still like, you kicked me, like,
Get mad.
how dare you kick me? Like, I don't know.
Okay, so there's something interesting in chat right now that someone said. Interestingly enough, I play games and I play competitive games, but I have a hard time handling adversity in player versus environment AI situations. I played games when I was young, but I've always been like this. I dropped Ocarina of Time when I was younger and only beat it when I was much older. I think it was simply because I was uncomfortable confronting these challenges. So that's interesting that it's when it's against a person, it's different. So I guess when it's a person, it's more about it's more like a sport. Because there is definitely a comparison you can make between sports and games for sure. Like they're both considered games, so it makes sense. Can I bomb these two? Like I bombed the guy.
But it's something that I wish I had. You know, it was something that I wish I was good at, and it's something that I wish that I could understand what the hell you guys are talking about all the time, because I have no idea half the time what anyone is even talking about. And you know, it's kind of on the list with playing piano and learning how to paint, you know, like it would be like on the same list as learning a language. Like it's video games are on the same list for me as those other things that you would learn, you know, to learn them. But what I was going to say was I feel bad. I feel almost inferior when people say, oh, you write books? Well, have you read this one?
Yeah.
Have you read that one?
I'm the exact same way. Yeah.
I'm like, no. Oh, you really should. It's the genre you write. Oh, well, I haven't read them. Oh, well, you went to school for English? And okay, I didn't graduate, but I took English courses in university. I took history. Oh, you went to school for this? Oh, I'm in school right now, and we're reading these books. Have you read them? And it's like, they're classics that like I probably should have read. Had I stuck with the program, I would have gotten to them eventually, right? But no, I haven't read them, you know, and it's less so for movies because I can just kind of say, well, I guess I'm just not that into movies, that I haven't seen this really classic movie, or I haven't seen all of this really classic movie. I've seen parts of it when it was on TV, but I never committed to it. But when it's books, it's a little bit more personal for me, and it makes me feel kind of like, well, I must not be that great of a writer, or I must not be as smart as you because I haven't read those books. And I, you know, like my writing must not be, I haven't read every Agatha Christie, so therefore I must not be, you know, anywhere near on track to being an Agatha Christie, right? Because, you know, like I haven't even read her books, so.
No, I definitely feel the same way. You shouldn't feel that way though. It's like I'm telling you not to feel that way, even though I often feel that way myself. I was kind of embarrassed when we were playing Danganronpa V3, because we were playing Danganronpa V3. Now because the people were like, you know, I didn't like what happened in the first trial, if to put it mildly. You know what I'm talking about, but like I don't want to spoil it. And then people were like, Agatha Christie does this in one of her books, you know, like haven't you read that? Like, are you saying that Agatha Christie is a bad writer? And I'm kind of like, well, I haven't read that, so I don't know. But if she did it and she did it poorly, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, like I have since read a bit more Agatha Christie, and I think I even might have read the book that Danganronpa was you know, based on, and that book's kind of shit, you know, like, and then there were none, you know, like, it was an interesting premise, but it was like, this was kind of shit, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, just because they're big classics doesn't mean you can't criticize them, but yeah, I definitely feel that way, often when it comes to books, like
you always hear, oh, you're a writer, the biggest advice to writers is to read, right? You should read a lot, because if you want to write a lot,
you can't read everything, there's too much.
And that's the second thing I want to say is the problem is that because I feel inferior about it, it makes me not want to ask questions, and it makes me not, like, I would see conversations happen in Discord, for example, about people who are like 10 years younger than me, right? And it would just make me feel kind of old, because it's like, oh, you're all in university, you're learning things that I should have learned about 10 years ago, but I couldn't finish school, so I didn't. And now I don't know them, and so I'm always kind of behind, you know, and I wouldn't want to get involved in the conversations, but I would feel this kind of pressure to have a book list or whatever, right? Or like have a movie list, or these are the things, the video game list I guess you might have, right? These are the games I should play, these are the movies I should watch. And there's so many on there then that I go on Netflix and it's like, there's like 10 movies on here I should probably watch. And then I have some time after the kids go to bed and it's like, okay, well, which one do I want to watch? You know, like which one do I want to commit to? And the answer is like none of them, because now I don't know where to start. Like I'm overwhelmed by my own pressure that I put on myself.
I think it's called opportunity paralysis, isn't it? When
So I don't get anything done. Like I just sit there and I'm like, oh, I'm going to bed soon anyway. So click, 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 click on the internet, or what are they talking about on Discord, or what's happening on Twitter, and I could be watching a movie, but I can't make a damn decision, so I don't watch any of the movies, and I don't read any of the books, you know, like, or I try to read 3 or 4 books at the same time, and it takes me forever, and I get frustrated because it takes me 6 months to get through a book, you know, like, I forget how it started by the time I get through it. And then there were none. I think I started like 2 or 3 times because I kept forgetting who all the characters were, because there were so many different characters.
You didn't like that very much either, did you?
I didn't like the end.
Yeah, I didn't like the end.
Parts of it or
Really?
very reminiscent of how I write, actually, and I liked that, obviously, because I write like that. How she had, you know, different perspectives, different people telling the story, but
That
I didn't
part I
agree
liked.
with the end at all.
Probably too strong, and I said it was really, really bad. I enjoyed the concept and I enjoyed how it was written, but I didn't enjoy the end. I thought, and the endings really matter to me. So, yeah, it's difficult when you you know, when you're writing too, because there's this expectation that you've read all the classics, but you also need to have read a lot of contemporary fiction too, because you're writing contemporary fiction. So
That's how my list
Yeah.
goes. It's like classics and pop culture stuff too. You know, you have to
Yeah.
stay current.
for a while there, I had read barely any contemporary fiction. It was just all classics I had read, you know, in the university time. It was just a lot of that, you know, barely any contemporary.
Well, the problem with that too was, I don't know if your classes were like that, but they would say, okay, some of them were like, we're reading this book, and other times they made you buy that kit, right? That, what was it called? That course kit or whatever?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And it would be like this really expensive book of like photocopied pages that had excerpts from the books that you were going to be reading. So you might only read 3 chapters of Murder on the Orient Express. The first 3 chapters, it's all you had to read. You didn't have to read the whole thing, because it's all they were going to discuss was the theme or whatever was going on in these 3 chapters. So I've read a lot of partial things, but I haven't read all of them, right? Because they weren't in the course kit and they weren't on the syllabus. So then, you know, you have like a partial education and a partial experience to these books that you talked about in class. And again, it was like 10 years ago now, so you forget, right? Like if you asked me what some of these things I read were, like, I can't tell you. There was one class I took that was on horror and terror, and I'll never forget it, because they had us read Anne Rice, and they had us read Dracula, and they had us read Carmilla, and like it was such a...
Doesn't it feel kind of wrong to in a university class to be reading an author that's still alive?
It was really cool though, because it was like
not wrong, not in a bad
current
way.
mixed with classic,
kinda,
you
just
know?
kind of feels kind of off. You
like
know,
we
like
read
this shouldn't
Interview with the
happen.
Vampire, you know, and like, and we read Dracula and Frankenstein and, you know, all these other classics. So
Someone hates this conversation. I'm sorry, unavailable jellyfish. Do you have a problem with experiencing something that someone has made, like a song, piece of literature, or a video about something, and not knowing that the person who made that content had to go through trial and error, and you only see the final product and think that the particular person is so good that one thing that they never have a chance to have to change it, like they made it good from the start? I used to feel that way, but I really don't feel that way anymore, because I think that's impossible. There's always a struggle with everything that's made. Yeah, that used to get to me, but not anymore. The new thing that kind of annoys me is when there's, especially on YouTube, where there's a creator that has help, like there's someone else that's working with them and they're not credited properly. So it's almost like, and they're probably doing it accidentally, but it's like they're giving this impression that this is just them, but there's other people helping them. Maybe there's even like a whole production crew behind them, but they still want to pass themselves off as like the guy or the girl that's just doing this out of their room, you know what I mean? And it's kind of like, this is setting up like, kind of like when there's impossible beauty standards, this is like setting up impossible production standards, because you're still trying to go for this kind of lo-fi kind of presentation when really like no, it's not. Like, this isn't just you, and it's impossible that one person can do this. You know what I mean? So that annoys me, but it's not annoying me in a way of like, wow, they have a much easier process than I do. It just annoys me because it's just not fair. I feel bad for anyone that's trying to come up and make it, you know?
I found about like 10, 15 years ago or whatever, when I was going through a really bad period of depression and I didn't know what to do to help, I started watching all these interviews with people who I like, writers that I respected, or musicians, or, you know, just people that were like my favorite in their area. And a lot of them talked about their process and everything, and stuff that they had failed at, and stuff like Stephen King, like, you know, how many hours he puts into writing, and you might never even see half of it, you know, like, for example, you know, like, I don't know if that's true, but like, just as an example, these people who
maybe not with him,
but there was a specific singer-songwriter musician that, for example, said, I play piano every day and I write songs every day, and most of them are shit and you'll never hear them, you know, and there's for good reason, you know, but I do put the time in, but a lot of it is shit, and you only hear the stuff that I feel like is, and that's for most people, right? Most people aren't going to share their first draft, you know, you're not going to see it. So you always have to try to keep in mind that they all started somewhere too, and everyone's a beginner in something sometime, you know, like no one's born knowing how to play a piano, you know, like you learn something, and everyone has shit sometimes, so.
That's why I think a lot of video games suffer, by the way, because you said about first drafts. I think that a lot of video games are first drafts, and they have to go up because video games are so complex that they can't really change it, and it's really hard to refine. Like, I think movies can refine a lot more in the planning stages and the production stages when they're setting things up, whereas that's not really the case for a lot of things in video games. So you end up seeing
That's
like
interesting to think
so you end
about
up seeing like first drafts a lot more.
Yeah, nobody starts. You watch a movie, they've rehearsed it lots of times. You know, you see a music video or a photo shoot, and it's like in between takes they were repairing her makeup. You know, you see so many things, and it's like you don't see the behind the scenes part of when they're doing their touch ups and they're editing and they're rewriting and they're redoing. But yeah, that's interesting about video games. I never thought about that. That you're building off of that base.
I could be wrong, but that's how it feels to me. Or maybe it's a second draft. It never gets past, because like most things that you read in your experience, it's like way above a second draft. Like even the scripts and the videos that I make are like way above second draft. So it's like, yeah, a game, even if it is just a second draft, is like still. It's starting to sound like I'm saying second giraffe.
Not the first one, the second one.
Second draft. All right. I think we went on a journey there. Hope that was okay. So, I kind of feel like we drifted away from the answer. Yeah. Okay. So let's say thank you to Yo Zevity Zev. Damn, that's a cool name. Yo Zevity Zev. Thank you for joining the Rub-a-Dub Sub Club, Zevity Zev. I like saying your name. It's fun. Welcome. Thank you for the new sub. Sorry it took so long for us to get to you, but we get into answers and interruptions with the kids and everything. And also thank you to Sathian for the new sub as well with Prime. Welcome to Prime Time, Sathian. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Rub-a-Dub Sub Club, Sathian. Thank you. Hopefully you're still here as well. That was an hour ago. I'm a bad streamer. Especially with the Q&A streams. It's hard to be a streamer while you're doing the Q&As.
I think it's hard to answer questions, you know, on the spot in a way, like, and try to get your point across and be thorough if you were just sitting here. Never mind if you're... I don't think I could do that. I think I'd have to keep stopping if I was playing, which is why I will never play a game on stream and answer questions.
I prefer playing the game. I kind of feel like it grounds me a bit more. The one Q&A that I did where I was just speaking into the microphone with no game going on, I found that I was stopping and starting a lot more. It must be because we're also live. So maybe if I was just sitting here and I was just answering, maybe it would be different, but I doubt it, and that would be kind of boring. I had to clean up a lot of the audio for that Q&A that went up with just the questions because of that.
Sathian is Carlos's friend that's here for the questions.
Oh, hey,
earlier.
Sathian.
I didn't make the connection, but yeah.
I remember that now.
Carlos says he is still here. He's here for my question.
Are we going to get to Carlos's question?
I think so. I think he's next on Patreon.
Is it next on Patreon? Okay,
so.
Let's jump over to that then. Because we should be done in about 45 minutes. We lost a lot of time to me being really tired at the beginning, but also the interruption. So sorry about that. This is how these are going to be from now on. Well, for a while at least. I don't know when our life is going to go back to normal. Do you know? Sorry, before you get into that, is this the 9 lives? Because I don't want to pick it up. I hate that one so much. That's 9 lives? Okay, I'm not picking that up. I really don't like it. Sorry if that's like a really good one to have, but I really don't like it. It probably is decent for us because we only have like 1 extra heart over 1, but I really don't like it. I feel like I lose a heart at the end of floors or something. Oh, we're gonna die right here. Alright, go ahead. Sorry, Lee.
Carlos S. says, "Hey Joe and Lily, how are you guys doing tonight? These are my questions for this month. What's your opinion about Shadow of the Colossus overall? SOTC is my best friend's favorite game of all time, and he really likes to watch your critiques and VODs, so I'm kind of dedicating this question to him. His name is Gustavo."
Gustavo, is that how you say it?
Or Gustavo, I'm not sure.
Gustavo?
I don't speak. I think it's Portuguese. Carlos speaks,
Gustavo?
right?
There was a comment train on Patreon that's saying, "How is Joe gonna butcher this name?"
It might be Gustavo, but I want to say Gustavo. Either way sounds nice, so. It's Gustavo? Gustavo?
Gustavo?
What did I say first?
I don't know.
You're saying the first one?
I don't know.
I apologize for butchering your name. I think it's a beautiful name, but I don't know how to say it. It looks nice. It's well spelled.
Cord or paperclip chat?
Gustava. Okay.
Know. Gustava.
Gustavo. 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 Gustavo?
Untitled Gustavo?
Anyway, Gustavo.
Well, we're
can we call him Sathian?
We're having fun. We're having fun. So I played Shadow of the Colossus the remake on stream, and I don't remember how much I spoke about it, but you might get something out of that. Like if you want to watch the VOD, if you haven't already. I can't remember how many of how well my thoughts were collected from that. I think it was okay. It was a short stream. We got it done pretty quickly because I had just recently played them before that, I think, for the canceled project that was about The Last Guardian and the other ones too. Should we get the Inhaler chat? The Last Guardian, Eco, and Shadow of the Colossus. Shadow of the Colossus is one of my favorite games. Oh, it was a flashlight. It's one of my favorite games, but... Okay, so... The duality of man again. So, I kind of want... For a long time, I've had this problem with having conflicting, like contradictory opinions and thoughts in my head. And for a long time, I thought this was just something that was kind of like I was a little bit crazy about it. But I've learned like in the last year or so that's kind of what humans can do. It's sort of thing. So I've mentioned this on stream a couple times actually, that being able to hold contradictory thoughts in our head is something that's like unique to us, and it's something that should be embraced and is actually a really good thing. So I kind of feel like the Shadow of the Colossus is underrated and overrated at the same time. I would say that as a narrative, it is overrated. Like the story of Shadow of the Colossus is overrated, but as an experience, it's right on. Like it's not underrated or overrated. It's a really 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 good experience. And as a gameplay, it's underrated. I kind of feel like the gameplay in Shadow of the Colossus doesn't get as much credit as it deserves because a lot of people think it's clunky and and it's a little awkward to control, and you know there's not that much depth to it. But I kind of feel like you can't. It really builds into itself, and the gameplay is a really big part of that experience part that I think a lot of people appreciate. You know, like you are riding around fighting these huge things that are much larger than you, and it's got like this lost wandering feel, this kind of somber feel, and there's like I don't think there's anything else in games that captures that. What the fuck? That captures that feeling of like killing something or fighting something that is that much larger than you, that still feels tangible and grounded, you know? There's parts in Dragon's Dogma, maybe kind of Monster Hunter, you know, things like that, you know. But I feel like Shadow of the Colossus does it the best with these things that are just so large but still feel real, apart from maybe the very last Colossi or the last Colossus. I think it's the last Colossus. You wouldn't say the last Colossi. Moose and Mies. So I feel like the gameplay has more depth to it than most people realize. The core of Shadow of the Colossus's gameplay is it's a puzzle game. You know, it's not really an action game. It's a puzzle game with an action sort of movement interface. You are killing things and you are doing action climbing and everything. But it's really the core of it is really just how do we figure out how to kill this thing, and how do we get to the weak point properly. It's probably not fair to call it just, you know, a puzzle game outright, or, you know, definitely not exclusively a puzzle game, but it's mostly a puzzle game, and I feel pretty confident in that. But like managing your grip gauge and timing on like getting your throws down properly, like not your throws, I say throws because it's about launching yourself up, like letting go of the grip to refill your bar and making sure that you're using those jumps appropriately. Like there's quite a lot of hidden depth to that, especially if you watch some speedrunners play the game. Now, pointing to speedrunners to show a game's depth can be kind of a trap when it comes to discussions, because speedrunners often look like they're playing a whole other game that you're not playing. But I think you can still take something from it, even though it shouldn't be like used as a like, aha, I win, you know, like speedrunners can get this out of it, so therefore it's like I've proven my point, you know. Like it's not really the same game, but at the same time you can still see some of the things that speedrunners can get out of that game, and you can teach yourself too. Shadow of the Colossus has a hard mode that I think most people didn't play. It also has like time attack modes, right, and hidden like stuff for getting upgrades and weapons and stuff, doesn't it? Or upgrading the one sword. I don't know. I didn't go into that. I did play hard mode, but I didn't go into the time attack modes all that much. So I can't comment too much on that. Isaac versus Krampus. Okay, cool. So I think that the gameplay is underrated. The experience is just about right on. Like people think that's a great experience, and I 100% agree. The issue where it gets kind of dicey is that all three of them are kind of meshed in together. Like gameplay reinforces the story, gameplay reinforces the experience, the experience reinforces the gameplay. Because like, could you imagine Shadow of the Colossus's gameplay without those grandiose like sweeping music carrying you up in the sheer scale of the monsters that you're fighting and everything? Like the experience helps, but these also complement the story. Like it's one of those rare few games that all three of those major sides of games that I really go in for are all working together. But I kind of feel like the story is overrated, and this is like the big one I want to end on, because I feel like it's the most kind of like, huh, what the fuck are you talking about? Is that it's not bad, it's fine. It's just kind of like I've cooled on it significantly since I first seen it, because I feel like it's like, yeah, and you know what I mean? Like it's good. It's got this nice big punch moment, but there's not much else to it after you get over that. Maybe it's kind of like what we were speaking about earlier with twists, because I wouldn't say it's. I guess it is a twist. It is kind of a revelatory moment. But after you like get over it, it changes the context of when you play the game again, and it's like, yeah, it's fine. It's definitely not bad, but it's kind of like, yeah, it's all right. You know what I mean? Like it's not mind-blowing. It is like or the mind-blowing part that might happen at the end like doesn't really sustain, and I really like it. Like, don't get me wrong, I just really don't think it's like the best story in a game or anything like that. I don't think it actually is put forward as the best story in games. It's just a really, really solid part, a really, really good part of a like an outstanding game that just really complements the rest of it without being like overbearing. Like, this is the reason why you play this. You know what I mean? Like, it's just really, really good. And it's not the best part of the game, but that also speaks to just how good the rest of that game is, I think. So yeah, so that's my kind of like complicated, kind of rambly, like, the gameplay is underrated, the experience is right on, and the story is overrated, but only a little bit. I would say that the biggest difference I feel is that the gameplay is, like, the story is only a little overrated, but the gameplay is like really underrated. I feel like people didn't really get that much of a chance, and hell, I think maybe the frame rate on the original PlayStation 2 version, like, it blows me away that was running on that. Helped, like, people come to that conclusion. You know what I mean? Like, that game did not run well, and that kind of brings the experience down. The exploration of that game's great. Like, oh man, I wonder if Breath of the Wild took anything from that. I wonder if that's one of the games that they took from when it came to that. Huh. Anyway, I hope that was a decent answer for you both, Carlos and Sethian. Even if you disagree, I hope you get something out of it. And I don't know if my thoughts are still the same from what I said on stream when I was streaming it, because I change my mind on a lot of things all the time. That's why I'm always worried that one day there's going to be like a video of a bunch of clips of me saying I like apples, and then, and here's another clip of Joe saying he hates apples. It's like, yeah, but like, I change my mind quite a lot on things, and depending on the day I'm having, I might say something completely different. It's just kind of like, huh. Like, I don't consider anything that any of the opinions that I have to be even like set in stone, and I try to be someone that's always learning and always trying to like learn new things. But yeah, if you want to know some more, actually just see me play the game, yeah, that's I think the stream is on Twitch or it's on YouTube. I think it was like a 4-hour stream. Maybe it was a little shorter than that. Do you like Shadow of the Colossus, Lily?
I think I did.
Do you remember that game?
I think it was very pretty, wasn't it? I'm trying to think of it
Yeah,
now.
it's pretty. But you don't like The Last Guardian. Do you remember me playing that?
Yeah.
With the cat griffin thing?
Yeah.
Mostly because I was miserable playing that.
Yeah.
I don't like that game at all. Oh man, that game was really bad. I'm sorry if you really like that game. Like, don't let my opinion matter to you at all. But like, I don't like that game.
Yeah, it's like kind of vague now, but I do remember it. I was getting frustrated watching it. Was it that one or was it the first one?
It was that one. It wasn't the first one.
What's the one you were getting, like, you were like kind of beating your head against one part, I remember, and like I was getting so frustrated watching you.
That might have been Uncharted. That might have been.
Remember the big? We were like in ruins or something.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're kind
and there
of.
was like a fence. There was like an iron fence.
Iron fence.
And like, you're trying to lead him places.
Yeah.
And I was getting so frustrated. Like, I get frustrated watching you play games. Because like I said, I get frustrated when I play games, right? So like watching you is like, when it's going well, I'm like, yeah, he's kicking ass. And then as soon as it's like, it gets hard, I'm like, oh my god. I get very frustrated. I get very on edge.
Edge.
Like getting over it, I can't even handle.
Oh, you hated getting over it.
Getting over it made me mad.
I remember you hated getting over it. Oh man, I really like getting over it. I think that game is like legit good. It's not even ironically good.
Very mad.
I think that is a good game.
The only way I will watch that game again is if you play it for New Year's again, and there is multiple bottles of something here that I will drink watching that game. It's the only way you're getting me to watch that one again. But yeah, that was. I think Shadow of the Colossus was very pretty, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a pretty game. Yeah.
Sometimes they blend together a little bit for me.
It's a pretty game. Should we get this, chat? And then we'll go on to Carlos's second question. I don't know what this is. Should we get it?
I like Celeste, but Celeste is hard. Celeste has me on the edge of my seat, but in a good way. Like, I'm stressed out, but I'm liking it.
Man, if only you got 9 lives. Why? Wheel of Fortune. Oh shit, here we go. Wheel of Morality. Turn, turn, turn. Tell us a lesson that we should learn. Alright, we're gonna be here for a while. We have a lot of money.
Finn liked watching you play Celeste too.
Did he?
Yeah, the last time you streamed it, we watched part of the stream. And I was sitting there, like, gripping the desk, you know, watching you dart through things, and he kept asking what you were doing and what's that. He really liked it.
I'd like to see him play Celeste. He should play one of, like, a proper Mario. Probably a little too hard for him. He gets a lot out of
it's just...
He gets a lot out of the infinite hover in Crafted World's easy mode, but he could probably beat Crafted World now without easy mode. I should probably give him a new save file with that on. Sometimes he turns the easy mode off accidentally, and yeah.
Should try him on that or Donkey Kong or something again. I just remember before he didn't get
Donkey Kong is really hard.
He didn't get the jumping part. Remember, he just kind of kept walking into things, and then they would get him.
I think
he just stand there.
I think people forget like Donkey Kong is like 2 hits you're out. You know, like it's difficult. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Next question from Carlos, if you can read it, and then we might take one more, and then I think we might be done.
This question is in regards to Naughty Dog's games. Since Uncharted 1, all of their games have been seen as big hallmarks of good, great narrative. OST, that's original soundtrack, right?
Yeah.
Art direction, visuals, etc., but we're kind of lacking in the gameplay department. In other words, the gameplay side of their games never reached the same highs as these aspects. I don't know if you saw any of the newer The Last of Us Part 2 trailers that show gameplay, or if you'll want to watch them to answer this question, but considering what I saw, more mobility, more verticality, and expansiveness in the level design, new stealth moves, addition of dodge and jump buttons, and a skill tree, plus smarter enemy AI, presence of dogs, new types of infected enemies, etc. Do you think this could be the game where the studio finally achieves the goal of making their gameplay be as stellar as the story, atmosphere, tone, etc.?
What? No, never again, or lockpicking with massive paperclip. So don't feel bad about what I'm going to say. I'm not going to watch the trailer because I don't want to know. I don't want to see it. It's fine that you just said all those things because you're just telling me, and so it's different if I see it in a video. So I'm okay with hearing about it. Actually makes me a little relieved because I saw the one trailer that when they announced the game. Or when they did the gameplay, the first gameplay reveal is the only gameplay trailer I've seen, and it did not look good, man. It was like, okay, this just looks like The Last of Us, and I think The Last of Us has better gameplay than most people, but that's still like accepting a lot, you know, like it's or tolerating a lot because of the story. So I think that what I saw left me a little lukewarm because it didn't have any upgrades that I was hoping to see. I think that you're right, and that Uncharted definitely does not have the Naughty Dog games definitely don't have great gameplay. I would say that they are you know, they're a lot more about the set piece and having the great action. You know, like I think I spoke about that too much in the videos, that the big long video. But I think Uncharted 4 has good gameplay. I would say that Uncharted 1 has bad gameplay, like it's just outright bad. Uncharted 2 has alright gameplay. You know, it's more about facilitating the big set piece and the big action movie stuff. Uncharted 3 around the same way. It's just like it's alright. It's not bad. It's just not great. But then we get into Uncharted 4, which I think where they finally put enough into it that I would consider that game to be good, but probably not great. I don't know what would have to happen for Uncharted 4's gameplay to get there, I think it would probably be. I think I said this in the video too. It would probably have to be a kind of like Doom, because I really like the movement options in Uncharted 4, especially with the hook shot and everything. But I feel like you rarely have to do it. It's just like they took the basic cover shooter that they had and just added this little extra bit to it. And I think that needing to dodge enemy gunfire in like actual projectiles way instead of just so in cover shooters that have hit scan bullets, you're basically just avoiding areas that can do damage to you. So you can view the whole entire level that isn't behind cover as just red, and when you are in the red, you are overwhelmingly likely to be taking like a dot on you, like damage over time. And you have a timer until you can get back behind cover, and that's it. Like, it doesn't really matter what your movement is. Enemies are gonna lock onto you, and they're just gonna fill you with damage until you deplete that time that you can be active, and then you have to go back behind cover, wait for that timer to refill, and then you can go back out again and just hope that you don't spend too much time outside. Sometimes you can kind of finagle your way through taking less damage by like dodge rolling through some areas that have cover, or maybe shooting an enemy to stagger them, that sort of thing. So like there definitely is a little bit more to it. It's like my description is overly simplistic, but I think I would prefer something where you are taking a more active role in dodging enemy fire while you are out there depleting that supposed timer. I don't know if you could have a game like Doom that still had regenerative health. Maybe there is one and I don't know about it. I wonder what that would be like. I wonder if you could have like a mix of hit scan and attacks that you want to avoid. I wonder. Oh, this card did not do what I thought it was going to do. Interesting. Uh-oh. I think we're dead. I think that The Last of Us has very grounded combat, and it's a lot more thoughtful take on a shooter. I almost said this in the video, but I didn't because I felt like it would just get... Maybe I did say it. I don't think I did, though. I almost said this in the video, but I felt like it would just... Oh, I ran into him and died. Because I almost... Because I felt like people would take it the wrong way. But it almost feels like it's kind of like the Dark Souls of third-person shooters. You know what I mean? It's very thoughtful. You're supposed to line up your shots a lot more. It's about conserving your health, taking your moment, avoiding enemy fire. But it's kind of Dark Soulsy with ranged combat, and I would really like to see a game try to do that, which is like way more than what the actual Dark Souls game with ranged combat that just came out recently did. I can't remember what that's called. Someone in chat might know what it is. It came out I think this year, and people say it's pretty bad. But it's something that's a lot slower. That might not have ammo. Maybe it has like you regenerate your shots over time or something. Not Remnant. There was another one. I forgot about Remnant actually. Remnant still has a lot of melee. Maybe it came out last year. It's not Remnant. It's it wasn't as well received as Remnant. Fuck, I can't remember what it's called. But yeah, Remnant's kind of close. Remnant kind of reminded me more of God of War than anything else, probably because of the enemy types. But yeah, I think that Naughty Dog should really try to take more pains to increase their gameplay. And I'm glad that you told me that, Carlos, because I was really worried about Last of Us Part 2. So if they're taking those extra steps, I would really appreciate that. Maybe they can improve on it, because like as much as I thought Last of Us gameplay was fine, like it was like it can be intense and it can get you into these situations where you're almost in like a more grounded kind of, almost like it's more of a thriller kind of action set piece, thriller almost like post-apocalyptic horror set piece compared to like the bombastic kind of like huge action movie set piece that you can get in Uncharted. But whereas most of the fight scenes in or the shootouts in Uncharted 1, 2, and 3, especially 1, felt like just filler, like they're just throwing the same ingredients at you over and over and over again. The fight scenes and the combat shootouts in Last of Us felt a lot more focused, and they had more points to them, and it felt much more, each one feels more unique. And I'm sure that if you go through it all, you can find areas that, you know, it's not that, you know, it is kind of the same pieces over and over and over again. But I think that the Last of Us pulled it off, and most of the common encounters felt good. Most of them did have some problems I went into the video on, though. Yeah. Did you like Uncharted 4's gameplay, Carlos? Because I thought that was a big improvement. It could still go better, like, as we just spent too much time talking about. But like, yeah, did you think that was a big step up from Uncharted 1, 2, and 3, or did you kind of feel like it was more of the same? The action scenes in Last of Us remind me of the action scenes in Children. Yeah, that's actually a really good comparison. Yeah, I agree with you there. What item did you pick up? We have the wafer, or the wafer. Last of Us is a Dark Souls action adventure. Exactly. I just realized that Joe's on a joystick and has analog movement. I wonder what that's like in Isaac. Yeah, I'm playing on a gamepad. I wouldn't want to play this with a keyboard and mouse. Yeah, I liked Uncharted 4 a lot. It's my favorite out of the 4 games. Yeah, in terms of gameplay, it's my favorite too. I think it might be my favorite overall as well. I'm not sure. It's between that one and 3. I think it must be.
Best story and best gameplay.
Yeah, it has the best story. And it has the best gameplay, but I'm not sure if it has the best set pieces, and that's what I really like about those games. But I think it probably is my favorite. The Last of Us is better than 4, though. Faux show. Shot speed up, nice. And we got 2 of hearts. Item multiplier, nice. We got nothing. Cool. All right, so I think we're done here. Maybe we can go on the other thing. Yeah, I think that's all I can say about that. I'm looking forward to playing Uncharted Last of Us Part 2, and of course making a video on it. That's a given at this point. I don't think that should be a surprise to anybody that there's going to be a video on Last of Us Part 2. As long as I have something to say, I'm not going to force it. Honestly, maybe even with that, maybe I would try to force it. Maybe that'd be the first time I ever tried to force a video, if I didn't have anything to say. But I can't see how I wouldn't have something to say about Last of Us Part 2. Maybe best set pieces prize goes to Uncharted 2. The train is so good. The convoy is the only good one in Uncharted 4, I think. I haven't played Lost Legacy. The Lost Legacy apparently has a really good set piece. I should play that. Naughty Dog's gameplay in the recent games has always felt like they're chasing a feeling when playing, or in scenes rather than the actual mechanics and stuff. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I'm not sure if that's true of Uncharted 4, but yeah, they're chasing a feeling, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that there is room in games for that sort of thing. But yeah, some people really don't like that, which is why the title of the video I made is the way it is. You know, it's great and terrible games as a double meaning, because I think Uncharted 1 is terrible, and Last of Us is great, and Uncharted 3 and Uncharted 2 are kind of in the middle. So it's great and terrible games because that's my opinion on them. But also, a lot of people think that they're great, and a lot of people think that they're terrible for that exact reason that you just said. So yeah, that's why it's titled the way it is. And some people just take that that title at face value, which is fine. Like that's the danger of having something that's a little bit of a provocative title, is that some people are just going to take it as it is. But I think it worked out okay.
That's it for this month. Thanks for always being so nice and thorough with your answers. And sorry, Lily, for not having any questions for you this time. Take care, guys. It's okay. I had a big opinion on the other one, so.
Oh, thank you.
I'm good.
Oh, shit. We almost lost a cup. Thank you, Carlos. So sweet. Sorry. I stretched and I almost knocked the cup off with my gigantic Joe elbows. Oh, no. You know what they say about me and my big elbows, right? Yeah. Huge elbows. Boom. Okay, so let me say thank you to Anathemis, I think, Anathemis, for the new sub. Welcome to the Dragon's Den, Anathemis. We haven't said Dragon's Den in a while. Do you want to give a claw fist?
Claw fist.
Claw fist. Thank you, Anathemis. Welcome, welcome. And should we take a couple questions from chat, or should we take one question from the Twitch pile and then take a couple questions from chat and then stop? Because we've been at it for almost 4 hours. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we're trying to keep these around 3 hours, but we had a late start and there was a interruption. Did my sub message not make it through? What do you mean? Did you have a sub message like on the Discord, or did you have one here on Twitch? Because I don't see it on my list. Toast Engineer, sorry. Do you just want to paste it in chat right now? If it's on here earlier, no, I don't have a sub from you, Toast Engineer, sorry. Let me look again. I feel like my list misses about 10% of subs. So if you want to paste it again, I can say thank you or read the message out. Sorry that it didn't come through. I resub because 3 a.m. is the best time to make decisions to spend money.
No big deal. I was just saying I haven't forgotten about the game I was going to send you. Just got slammed at work and then got food poisoning. You'll probably see it by next weekend.
Oh, not food poisoning.
That's awful. Hope you feel better.
Feel better, Toast Engineer. Eat some toast. Toast is,
It's Falzar's birthday.
Happy birthday, Falzar. Happy birthday. Hope you have a great day. Oh, hear my stomach rumbling?
It's your
Oh,
turn now.
man. Oh, man. Yep, 25 years old. Now my name fits. Ah, Falzar 25. Yeah, you're right.
There you go.
Yeah, let me depress the fuck out of you. Halfway to 50, bro. Halfway to 50.
Was it Falzar who always used to try to get you to say 25?
I think so, yeah.
So now it's caught up?
It's caught up, yeah. $30's worse. Halfway to 60. It's
25
like, oh, man.
for me was when it started to get good. So I hope yours are the same. My late 20s were much better than my early 20s.
I agree with that too, yeah. I'm sorry I couldn't make my 25 sub this day. I have failed you. No, not at all. Although, like, it would have been poetry. It would have been poetry. Oh fuck, I'm closer to 50 than 0. Well, have a great day, Falzar. I wish you all the best.
And you too, Wuggy, now that you realize that.
I telepathically sent you my food poisoning and enjoy. Oh, it's Wuggy's birthday too, right? Happy birthday, Wuggy. Yeah, it's also Mandalore's birthday. Did you hear?
No?
Yeah, it was Mandalore's
It's
birthday.
everyone's birthday?
It's everyone's birthday, yeah.
All these October babies.
Happy birthday, Wuggy. It's not actually their birthday.
No?
No, it was just a meme. Everyone kept wishing Wuggy happy birthday over multiple days, so it
Why?
just turned into this thing. I don't know why. It just turned into this thing. I was encouraging it. These guys can be
Yeah,
tough.
July for the win for me too.
November babies are the best babies.
Says the November baby.
So there are over 200 people here, and there's this, I can't remember what the exact number is, but this is interesting to me, that there's this weird mathematical thing that the chances of a bunch of us sharing birthdays are really high. And you might think, okay, well there's only 200 people and there's 365 days in a year, so like how can that be? And that's because it's not just about the amount of people, it's about the amount of pairings that there are here. So if we all said our birthdays in chat, there would actually be quite a lot of people that are sharing birthdays. I always thought that was
Well,
interesting.
it's also Stephen the sheep's birthday. So happy birthday, Stephen the sheep.
Is it something like if there are 15 people, the chances of them sharing a birthday are really high? I think it could be really low. Oh, it's 27. There you go. Yeah, it's really low. It's surprising. It doesn't make sense. It's like the Monty Hall problem. which I don't know. Like I've been thinking about the Monty Hall problem ever since I heard it, and it just doesn't make sense to me. Even though it's like, yeah, I can look at it. It's like that Patrick meme. It's like, yep, I understand. Yep, I get it. Yep, sure. Yep, and it's like, nope, don't agree. Like it's just even though I understand it and I accept it for now, it's just still part of me is like, nope.
There's a leap year baby here. How does that work out for you?
You must be really young.
So far, nobody shares a birthday.
So
But I caught anyway. Maybe someone did.
So let me tell you, okay? So you're a contestant on a game show, okay?
Oh no.
And you've won a prize, and you have to choose one of 3 doors, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So behind 2 of the doors, there's a goat, but behind one of the door, there's like a new car or a vacation or whatever. Okay. So you have to pick one of the 3 doors. Okay. So you pick a door, 1, 2, or 3.
My first instinct was 2.
Okay. So you pick 2.
The middle one.
I don't have it in my head. Okay. So you pick 1, 2, or 3. Okay. So now the host goes over and opens one of the other doors. Okay. Opens door number 1, and behind door number 1 is a goat. Okay. So he then says to you, do you want to keep the door you have, or do you want to swap to the other door?
I want to keep the one I have.
Why?
Because I have a 50-50 shot now.
But you don't. You actually have a higher chance if you switch to the other one.
How? But how do you know that I don't have the card?
You don't, because the statistics that you have, like when you made that decision, every single door was a 33% chance of getting it right. And he took away one of those 33% options, and now that you have another chance of switching over to the other one, you have a 66% chance of getting it. And I understand it. I know, like, I can understand, like, the probability and the math, and I can, like, agree, but at the same time, there's part of me in my head that's like, that can't be right.
Okay, so what if I pick 2, right? And one has a goat.
Yeah.
And then I switch my answer then from 2 to 3.
Yeah.
How does that change anything? Because then I'm just gonna want to kick my own ass when it is the goat, right? And I lost the car because I foiled at the last minute and was like, no, I want to change my answer.
It's not a sure thing. It's still probability. The one that you chose at the beginning still might be. But if you ran this with a simulation, like testing it, you know, like you got like you made a program to run through it, and it was always random, and the choices were always random. They would like. The one when you switch, you win more often than you don't. Like it checks out. It just does not make sense to me. Like it's one of those things that just shouldn't make fucking sense. But yeah, there we go. Are you mad?
No, I don't get it.
It's fine that you don't get it. Most people don't. I don't fully get it either, but it's fine. I get it, but it doesn't make sense. Kinda, yeah. Kinda that, yeah. Anyway, let's do the last question on Discord, and then we will switch over to some questions from chat for just a little bit, and then we will stop. So, unless this is a really short one, let's see. Whenever
I
you're
can
ready.
go?
Yep, you can go. Yep.
I don't know how to say this name. Hallowells? Maybe?
I think so. Hallowales, yeah.
Hallow like Halloween, where there's pumpkins,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I think it's a change of their name for the Halloween kind of festive spirit.
I'm a very new viewer of your content, and I have to say it's some really high quality stuff. I'll cut to the chase though and ask my questions. Sorry if some are repeats. I've been looking into actually starting to read. Be as biased as you want answering this question. What books would you recommend to a new reader? You can throw off as many as you'd like.
I don't think I've ever been asked that before. Interesting. Huh. Okay. I have no idea. fuck. I would avoid some of the classics, especially some of the more dense classics. I'm telling you, true Joe fashion, I'm telling you what not to read instead of what to read. Don't read any Shakespeare or anything like that. Like, even when you get more comfortable with reading books, you know, like, still don't read Shakespeare. You shouldn't read Shakespeare. You should watch Shakespeare. Like, either see a reproduction of it or go and see a play is the best way to experience Shakespeare, and then you can read it after that. Or read it, but don't expect it to be something that really clicks with you all that well, and then go and do that. Yeah. You're gonna get way more out of it seeing it performed than you are reading it. A lot of schools really fuck up by doing that. IMO. I wish I could see the map in this game bigger without going across the other areas. Apart from that, like, I kind of would just, I don't think I can give you any specifics. I think I should just tell you that, you know, just do searches for what are the best authors in certain genres and see if you like them. But even then, I don't know, like if you want to get into horror, like, do you want to start with something a little lighter, or something that's like really like hardcore, or something like does anything to do with Lovecraft interest you? Does anything to do with kind of like the lighter horror that's like to bring Stephen King up again? Like, do you think you're gonna like stories that are like long epics about one specific character? Do you like sci-fi? You know, like, it's difficult to know. Like, do you want to start with something that's a little more like you could show off a little bit, like that's still readable? Like, do you want to start with like some Kurt Vonnegut? You know, like I don't know what anything about your taste is the problem. Like, I can tell you that like my favorite fantasy series is it might be The Witcher now, actually. The Witcher books. I really enjoyed The Witcher books. But before that, it was the Farseer trilogy, which is now a trilogy of trilogies, actually. There are 9 books in that fucking series by Robin Hobb, because it's told... It doesn't faff about, like, Tolkien and George R.R. Martin do, but like you might end up liking the faffing about, and it can be a sign of prestige, and also you can take part in many conversations if you read Tolkien, Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, and Game of Thrones. You know, like you might get a lot more out of that by being able to connect with more people who read those books because they're so popular. Like, same with the Kingkiller Chronicles that Patrick Rothfuss wrote. I haven't read them myself yet because I'm waiting for him to be done, but like there's stuff about that's really popular you might get into. Or you can have some lighter stuff like Brandon Sanderson writes, that Jim Butcher, you know, those sort of things. You could get into a really long fantasy series like Wheel of Time. You know, like it's I don't know. Like my favorite author period is John Irving, but John Irving is sort of like modern Darwin. Yeah, Darwin, fucking hell.
He's not.
He's not. I can't believe I just said that. I can't believe I just said that he's modern Darwin. He's modern Darwin. Sorry. Here's why. Because it's Charles Dickens and I did Charles Darwin. Like he's kind of like a modern Charles Dickens. Like, do you like Charles Dickens? I don't know. Charles Dickens was something that I really didn't take to until later in life. When I first tried to read Charles Dickens, I hated it, and it's like this is just, it's like it's impenetrable. You know what I mean? And then after like a few more years, I went back and I read Charles Dickens, and I was like, oh my god, this is so smooth. It's like, holy shit, like it's so refined, it's so great, and like I really enjoyed that. I think Dickens probably writes better than Irving does, actually, but I prefer Irving's stories, and so John Irving's my favorite. Like John Irving's books are like fucking long. Like, they don't meander though, but well, do they? I feel like almost everything in Irving's books is important. Like, unlike like the other books that meander, kind of a bit like Tolkien. But I guess like Tolkien and George R.R. Martin, like a lot of it's important if you click with it, and that's kind of what I have to say about Irving. Like, you have to click with it, but there are no like setting the table scenes in Irving's books. You know, literally setting the table sometimes, especially in the case of R.R. Martin and Robert Jordan. You know, just keep on talking about food and breasts, man. Like, just keep on doing it. But yeah, I think you might like Kurt Vonnegut. I would suggest like go with the big one. Start with Slaughterhouse-Five. I think you might enjoy that. Or you might want to look at some like new contemporary books that come out, you know, like some or some like what might be new classics later on. Like, right, we always praise Gone Girl here. Like you could read Gone Girl and then you could watch the movie, or there might be movies that you like have seen and you want to experience the book and you already know kind of what's going on. That would be a good idea actually. Like, do you like Jurassic Park? You know, read Jurassic Park. I haven't read Jurassic Park, but like that's a popular movie. Like read Fight Club. Fight Club is actually a really good book. I've read that one. And I think it's great, but the movie's better, you know. And you can already know going in, like it's some of the work is already done for you because you're not big into reading, and you can ease yourself into it, and then you can have a comparison afterwards, so it can be more interesting, you know, that sort of thing. Fight Club is probably not a good book to start with, actually, though. That's a bad example. Do something else. Fight Club is Palahniuk has this hybrid style of prose and poetry. Like I love it, but it's quite dense, and even having read quite a lot before I read Fight Club, it took me a while to sink into that and adjust to it. Like his all of his scenes have a poetry core to them, or poems core to them, and they're usually some sort of rhythm, or there's like a theme into how the prose is structured that he counts down to or counts down from, you know. Like it's quite interesting when you can click with it, but it can make it a little difficult, and sometimes he's quite vague, but I prefer it when writers are vague with their prose, or if they're not being vague, direct. I prefer that. That's my writing style too, and a lot of people don't like that, but that's how I like to read, and that's how I like to write too. So I would suggest look into some movies that you enjoy that were based on books, and see if you can go through from there. Other than that, I have no idea because I don't know your taste very well. Would you recommend any, Lily? Or
I agree with what you said.
Okay.
My first thought was Gone Girl. My second thought was something like Mystic River, something that was maybe kind of like
Dennis Lehane.
Something like a thriller.
Shutter Island, I would say, over Mystic River.
It's kind of like almost a blend of different genres, right? When you have kind of like a thriller, like sometimes there's like a murder mystery going on, or there's something psychological going on, and I wouldn't do any trilogies or any series. I would stick with like a one-off book.
That's a good idea, yeah.
Don't get too invested, because when you start getting there's a lot of books that I like, but they're based on, you have to read the first one and get through the first one in order to understand the second and the third one. They build off each other, and it's a huge commitment. It can be kind of intimidating. So I wouldn't do anything that's long. I would stick with something that's more current, and something that is more like as simple and as, I don't know. I haven't really read much Vonnegut, or, you know, to know if that's a good recommendation or not. But a lot of if it's too heavy, or it's too dense, like Irving is not a good suggestion for that. Maybe some Stephen King if you like sci-fi or horror, but I would stick with something like Carrie, or you know, not The Stand, you know, like not the Dark Tower series. You know, I would stay as like one-off as possible. And I thought of Mystic River because it used to be my favorite book, but I was thinking about that in like Shutter Island and stuff, because there were movies based off of them too. So you get kind of like a thriller, and you get one-off characters and stuff, but you can also compare them to the movie. I thought the books were better than the movies. So. You
would like Slaughterhouse-Five. You should read Slaughterhouse-Five.
But I haven't read it, so I can't say.
No, I'm saying to you.
I can't say if it would be a good, like, to get into reading kind of thing. You want to set yourself up to be successful, right? You don't want to get into something that's too intimidating and too dense, and then you're like, I hate this, and throw it down. I'm frustrated. This is too much of a commitment. I can't follow it. Who are these characters? Like, there's some writers like Anne Rice that when she describes everything, and I like that. Like, there's this one book about witches that I really like, but other people would not like to hear what the flowers were in the garden, and like, you know, what color they painted if they matched the drapes. You know, like there's some people who would not give a shit, and so that's not a good style to start off with, something like, Interview with the Vampire or anything like that, right? So.
Well, you said short stories. I think you would be hard pressed to find a good collection of short stories. I don't know. I think it might be better just to go for some short books. A good book if you like sci-fi and you can also watch the movie is The Martian. The Martian's a really good book. That's an interesting book, and if you like sci-fi stuff, yeah, The Martian's really good.
Yeah, I find there was a different writing style, right? Like 50 years ago or 80 years ago, right? Like we've changed a lot. So something more modern and more current might be easier to follow than, like you said, Shakespeare, and that's a whole other thing. But like even jumping into something like Dracula, or you might like it, or you might be kind of thrown off by the way that they spoke and the way that they wrote back then.
I think a lot of like avoiding the classics might be a good idea too, because I think that a lot of the classics end up being like very different than you imagined them being, especially considering especially someone like Dracula, where it's been built into like his own like character that's a part of our like collective like consciousness. You know what I mean? Should I take the Liberty Cap or the Safety Scissors? And then you read it and it's kind of like, this is a lot different than I expected it to be. So
if you're gonna do a classic, I would say do something that's a shorter classic. Don't get into anything like Dickens. Like I read, what was it, The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, I think it was called. Yeah. Jekyll and Hyde. It was really short and it was pretty straightforward, and not my favorite book, but like it was pretty good, and it wasn't very long and intimidating, so you could get through it pretty quickly. And it's something that most of us know something about, Jekyll and Hyde, right? So you're not going in completely not knowing anything about it. And then if you like that, then you can either go by something else in that genre, you can try a different genre, you can stick with that author, you can try something else. But at least you got through it, right? And kind of build your confidence a little bit, right? Once you get through a couple books and you're like, hey, look at me.
And don't let anyone shame you for getting into reading later in life.
No.
Don't let anyone shame you for not knowing something, man. Like never let anyone shame you for that. You just don't know something. Whatever. It's fine. I hate it when people are like that. Oh, you don't know that? What the fuck? Like it's like, yeah, just it's fine. Someone doesn't know something. Like, what the fuck? Now they do. Great.
Yeah, it's never too late to pick up a new hobby or anything anyway.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Did they have another question?
Critical question.
I just saw it, so I'm laughing. Okay.
Your thoughts on Mothman, Persona Mothman or not?
I know nothing about Mothman. I don't even remember Mothman and Persona. Was there a Mothman and Persona? I remember seeing Mothman in Fallout 76, and Mandalore really was like really interested in the Mothman, and I think he was interested in the Mothman. It was a different character he was really interested in, and I think it was the Mothman. And we were really interested in the Mole Men. That was like, oh man, the mystery of the Mole Men. I know nothing about the Mothman, sorry, so I can't answer your very critical question. Is there like a it's like a mythology to it, and also it's a character or something? I don't know anything about the Mothman. Is there a JoJo Mothman? Of course there is. Why am I even asking? Tapeworm, floop. Safety scissors, fuse cutter. Especially in these days where anyone can learn any random piece of knowledge, knowing things doesn't carry nearly the same significant or implication that it used to. Yeah, I'm noticing a lot on Reddit too. The people like to harvest like some sort of obscure fact, and then whenever they can, they just unload that obscure fact like onto people. And it's okay to discuss things, and I really dislike it when someone says something and they try to pass it off as if like, yeah, I learned this on my own, instead of just seeing it in some video that almost everyone else saw at the same time, right? Like The big one is it the Leidenfrost effect or the Biden-Frost effect? I think it's probably Leiden, and Biden is you know, the person that wants to be president. So it's like they saw that on MythBusters, and now whenever it's relevant, they're like, yeah, I get to say people that I know this obscure kind of fucking thing about how when you put your hand in water and then you can put it in a really hot temperature, there's like a barrier that builds when all the moisture goes away, and now you're actually protected. And it's like, I know exactly where you're getting that from, and it's just like, yeah. I wonder if there's a word for that. Is there a word for when you, like a term for when you see someone recite some knowledge and you know exactly how they know it? I feel like there should be a word for that. Let's make one. An asshole.
Thank you for answering my questions, though. I'll have to look into some of the suggestions. Sorry, I wasn't as clear as I could be with that first one. They're here.
No, it's okay. It's pretty clear. I wish I'd known you were here. I would have asked you directly, like, hey, what kind of things do you want? Like, what kind of genres are you into and everything? But we already gave you like to us in
something
chat.
From everything.
Gave you like a huge thing, you know. Like, I would say don't overthink it. Just pick one and just go for it and just dive in. And if you don't like it, then like don't let anyone shame you that. Like,
and don't finish it if you don't like it.
Yeah.
You don't have to finish it. No one's gonna know, oh, he didn't finish the book, and judge you for it. Like, if you don't like it, don't waste your time. Go on to something else.
Like, if reading isn't for you, then reading isn't for you. I really regret using this pill.
But sometimes a book isn't for you either, you know. And you're like, it's like pulling teeth to follow it, and you're not keeping up. You're kind of glazing over, and then you realize you read a page and you don't even know what you read, and it's not grabbing you. Then try something else. There's so many books, right? And so many genres and just so many authors that there's pretty much something for most people. Maybe not everybody, but if you don't like reading, then it won't be for you anyway, right? But don't feel like you're forced to stick with it. I used to always push myself to finish a book when I started it, and one of the best things was when I stopped doing that. Just admit it's not for you and walk away. Or was that Stephen King book? I did that too, and I hated it. I can't think of what it was now.
Lily, did you know after 9/11 that Steve Buscemi went back to be a firefighter to help people out?
No.
Tell as many people as you can whenever it comes up.
I think of what book that was.
Dreamcatcher?
Yes. Thank you. Yes. I kept thinking about this one scene, and it would probably be a spoiler, so I couldn't say it. Yeah, I pushed myself to finish that book, and oh, I hate it. I bitched the whole way. I got through it, but was it worth it? I tend to really like stories, at least in games and movies, so I think that books will be a nice adventure. It's good. I hope it works out for you. Hope you find something you like. I could give you a game taste, but I feel like the question was wrapped up nicely, so I'm not too concerned about it.
Okay. I hope you find something. Ooh, tears up. Thank you for hanging out and chatting and being here. It's always nice when the person, the asker, is in chat. Thank you, Dr. K School? Dr. Kai School?
Kai, maybe?
Dr. Kai School, maybe?
Or Key?
I'm not... Or Keys Cool? Dr. Keys Cool. Drake is cool? It's Drake is cool. There's no A in it, though. Drake is cool. Drake is cool.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you, Drake is cool. Dr. Kai's cool. Thank you very much for the new sub. Welcome to the mispronunciation, pals. Thank you very much. Are there any questions that were asked repeatedly in chat tonight that we did not see? And a reminder that if you would like to add your questions to the list and you are Twitch sub, you have until next Saturday to do that for this round. But the rounds are kind of arbitrary, to be honest. It's not a monthly thing. It's just going to be we're going to open the questions for 10 days, and then we're going to answer them over as many Fridays as it takes, and then we will open it again, and take another round of questions. That's how it goes. I'm the first person to get it right. Oh damn, I'm improving. My reading comprehension is leveled up. How does the list work? The list is just in order as it comes in. It's just there's a secret room on the Discord that I started calling it the Discord as a joke, and now I just keep saying the Discord. There's a secret room on Discord that has a list there and some instructions that you can scroll up and read, and then you just ask your questions there, and then that's it. Yeah. And if you're a patron, you should have gotten an email prompt about it that you can put your questions in.
I so rarely catch you live, but have delved through hours and hours of VODs and of course video essays. Hope you are well.
I'm doing okay. Congrats on getting through so many VODs. Damn, there are so many now. I wonder how many hours we've streamed. I wonder if we're over 1,000 hours. Huh.
If you still have time, have you discovered yet what made Half-Life's 1 and 2 such great games and why there are so few, if any, like it? I've been wondering this for years.
Huh.
Been asked a lot, that's why.
So I'm not the biggest fan of those games. I do enjoy them. I don't know which one I would enjoy more. Probably 2. I feel like you have quite a lot of freedom in those games. You can move through the levels quite quickly. The way the momentum works in those games is pretty good. You can run through it real fast. You know, you're not stuck doing like set pieces and bullshit often. You know what I mean? Like you can just play the game. That's after the beginning, of course. Like the opening to Half-Life 1 and 2 is actually really bad. For replay value. Some parts of Half-Life 2 actually, I'm wrong. Like some parts of Half-Life 2 get in your way. But when you're not in those moments, like you can just play, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of freedom to it, and it just feels pretty good, you know? There's no, you can run and gun, you can use cover if you want. There's none of this bullshit like, oh, wait for the crosshair reticle to tighten up so you can lay up your shot. Like there's no iron sights. You can just aim it, and you know your aiming is as good as you are in the game, but at the same time you don't have to have like huge twitch reflexes if you don't want to play it that way. You know, it's accessible while also being, you know, you can easily choose how difficult you want to make it, and the world is quite provocative, and it for the time both of them looked really good. There was all that talk about how Half-Life 1 was the first game that really had this kind of cinematic first-person shooter kind of match of like story and gameplay and everything, but I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with that, and I didn't play Half-Life until it was already, I think, 2 years old, so close to release but not quite at release, so I'm not sure. Yeah, they're just rock solid games, I think, and the AI in the first one was also like fantastic too, right? Like it still holds up pretty well. There must be something. There's not one thing I can point to in these games that's like, yeah, that's why. So it might just be just like a shit ton of refinement that would be really hard to nail down. But yeah, so I'm gonna go with that. My answer is just a lot of refinement of a kind of like how Blizzard used to make their games, you know, like with even Hearthstone, but like StarCraft 2, World of Warcraft 3, you know, it's like they don't really do anything all that like, oh my god, like that you can point to, but there's just so much refinement, right? I would say the only oh my god thing that Half-Life did was probably the AI, but I'm going on secondhand information from that. Rainbow worm. Whoa. Oh, we saw this earlier. I don't like that. Let's stick with the safety scissors. I don't know what they do.
How are you and your family doing? Everything going well? We're okay.
Yeah, we're alright. Family's doing better than me, I think. I really want the Witcher thing to be done. I'm really fed up. Really fed up. But you just keep swimming, man. Just keep swimming. Just keep taking the steps, and eventually you get to the end. But the family's great. What is with these bombs?
If CrossCode didn't have combat arts, would you want it to be replaced by something, or would you be just fine with combat without them?
I think that I would like maybe the first tier of combat arts, 'cause I did use them quite a lot. Like they were useful. I just think that maybe it was it wasn't the best use of resources. I would have preferred to have maybe more enemies, or in another area or two, or another dungeon or two. Because like there's so much work that goes into those things. Like there's some of them I didn't even see because there's just so many options when it comes to the combat arts. But I think I would like just some, instead of just being like, hey, just get rid of them and not have anything replace them. I think I would prefer just like have some of them just taken away, so there are fewer of them, so we can have like some compromise. Yeah. But I think the core combat of just dodging and aiming and switching between melee strikes and shooting is and the elements as well is just fine. Like that's enough in CrossCode. Like maybe it could have something more to do with movement, like if there was some more about that. But I only played it through once, I think. Did I play it twice? I played some of it twice, but I only played it through once. So I'd have to see when I go through it again. Are we stuck in here? Well, shit, we just learned a lesson. Interesting. Safety scissors make the bomb safe. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, cool.
Was there ever a period where you stopped reading or were tired of reading? If so, what books made you start reading again?
No, I don't think so. There have been times where I haven't read for a while just because I didn't have time, or I was really, really busy with something else. But like for the most part, you know, even from a young age, there's always been a book that I've been reading. I'm not reading anything right now because I don't want to get anything else in my head that isn't Witcher. But yeah.
By the way, you said earlier you wish you could see the whole map. Try pressing the back button on your controller and that should do it. Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, there's no map here. That's why. Okay.
No problem. Sort of related to the spoiler question, if there was a piece of media you could re-experience fresh, what would it be?
Oh man, that's been asked before. Oh man. Maybe The World According to Garp by John Irving for a book. For a game, maybe like Dark Souls or World of Warcraft. But like I would also have to go back in time and have the time to go through that again. So that's not right? Like that's just like a time machine answer instead of anything else. One of those two, I think. I think it might be interesting, like using it, like answering a different way, like maybe to wipe my memory of Chrono Trigger to see like if it still would be my favorite game if I played it for the first time today. That would be interesting, right? But that's like taking one for the team for the sake of the experiment. So I actually think that the answer would be that I wouldn't do it if it was given the chance. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind myself. What if I'm a different person because of that? But to give like an actual answer, yeah, for game Dark Souls or World of Warcraft, if I can get the time to play it as well, and it's what it was at launch. For a book, I think The World According to Garp. Maybe Catch-22, but I don't think so. I recently read Catch-22 again, and I enjoyed it like just as much, maybe even a little bit more than I did the first time. That's my favorite book. Whereas The World According to Garp is one of those things that benefits from having like a blank slate when you go in. I think it would be even stronger if I had my memory erased of it, but I was also like still the person I am now. Like I'm still a dad. Like yeah, I think it would be more poignant now reading it for the first time today. Thoughts on MOBAs like Smite? No big thoughts on MOBAs. I played League of Legends a decent amount with a friend of mine, but only because he was into it. I played a little bit of Heroes of the Storm, but and I tried Dota 2 and I didn't like it. I don't really have any strong opinions on MOBA, sorry. context matters a lot. Yeah, so it's like, is the question a more deeper question about like, hey, what would you like to experience again for the first time with a different context of your different part of your life, or is it just what's your favorite piece of media that you just wish you could relive again? You know what I mean? Like, there are two ways to take that question, and I don't know which one is more interesting. Maybe the context version. Are there any more in chat that we missed?
If someone deleted just the experience of Dark Souls series, but you still know about the genre and games like Code or The Surge, and that'll influence your experience?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like a different context sort of thing. Yeah, so it'd have to be wiped out completely, yeah. Imagine playing like Code Vein and Surge and there are all these other games before going back and playing Dark Souls for the first time. It's happened to someone. That would be like what the fuck?
Jay, are you aware the current longest possible roller coaster in Roller Coaster Tycoon is 12 years long real time? It's long.
Does it just move really slowly, or is it modded to have like an unlimited space?
What are your actual opinions on Blizzard?
Very negative. But I don't think Blizzard is the company that I first experience with them. The first Blizzard game that I properly played was World of Warcraft. I played a little bit of Warcraft, one of the ones on the PlayStation 1, I think that was Warcraft 2, and I played a little bit of Warcraft 3 and a little bit of StarCraft 1, and then just like maybe an hour, maybe two, and that was it. But the first Blizzard game that I properly played was World of Warcraft, and they're just not that company anymore. Like, quite literally not that company anymore. And I don't know if they were always just out for just the money, you know, like all companies are out for money, but you know, some companies are out just for the profit, other companies are out for the profit so they can make better products and just kind of snowball between make better products to make more money, to make better products to make more money. Whereas there was some can be just for the art, you know, they want to make better products and that's it, and whatever money they make is because the end goal is just for the product or the art. Whereas you can probably like alternate between the two just fine, you know, be profit motive but also really want the best product that you possibly can. But at some point around Hearthstone, Blizzard decided to cash out, and it's just since then it's just been, it feels to me nonstop just, hey, we're just cashing in all of our goodwill and all of our rabid fan base for as much money as we possibly can before they realize that we're not the Blizzard that they fell in love with. And this is coming from someone who was never really in love with Blizzard. I just really, really loved World of Warcraft. And I would say that happened around Hearthstone. And it just has taken this long for most people to notice because they were able to put up with it, you know? Like, it's like, oh, okay, it's not too bad, you know? Whereas I think a lot of people saw the writing on the wall when it came to Hearthstone's monetary model and what happened with Heroes of the Storm and the way World of Warcraft went after Wrath of the Lich King.
Are you afraid of your kids becoming NPCs if they grow up in Moncton?
Yep. We need to get out. We need to get out.
Quickly.
We need to go back. I was wondering when watching the Code Vein VODs, do you not like using the block in Souls like games, or is it something you need to Code Vein? The only two Souls-like games that I use the block extensively on are Nioh and Dark Souls 1, because both of those games are built around using the block for different moves. Just part of it, you know? But I probably would try to play Dark Souls 1 without blocking now if I played it again, which would probably mean I have to relearn that whole entire game. There are some bosses I have never beaten in Dark Souls 1 without blocking, without a shield, whereas I never use a shield in Dark Souls 2 and 3. You know, like Dark Souls 1 is like the Miyazaki has just come out and said it's built around the shield. You don't have to use it, but it's you're intended to use one. It's right there. Like the encounters are built around it, and I feel the need to use a shield more in Dark Souls 1 when I ever go back and play it, especially like Stannis the Manus, you know. But I'm curious if I could get through it now with at the 60 frames per second remaster thing on Steam. I wonder if I could get through it, because that was one of the main reasons why. I don't know why. Like, I find it much harder to reliably dodge all the attacks in Dark Souls 1 than I do in Dark Souls 2 and 3, even though the attacks are much faster in 3 and to some extent 2 as well. But the reason why I don't use the block in Code Vein is because it's not a 100% block. So to me, it's like I can take a little bit of damage by blocking, or I can learn how to dodge every single attack and never take any damage. So that's how I feel about the block in Code Vein. So that's why I don't use it. I don't know about the block in Surge 2. I can't really remember if that was a 100% block or not. Just don't get hit, exactly. Alright, I think we are done. Oh, sorry, thank you to CoolDude095 for the 100 bits. More bits than there is numbers in your name. Thank you, CoolDude095. Play the Lost. What? Did I just lose the game? The Lost game. The Lost. The Lost is an unreleased third-person survival horror game co-developed by Irrational Games. Okay, well, I can't play that. Huh. Or is The Lost a character in Isaac? Oh, is it? Okay, there we go. People in chat telling me. I don't know Isaac. I don't know any of it. I'm sorry. I don't know Isaac. Thank you. That wasn't me trolling you guys. I don't know Isaac. Thank you, Sly Tutor, for the 10-month resub. Thank you very much, Sly Tutor, for the 10 months in... the waifu spaceship, because he's Sci Tutor. It makes me think of sci-fi.
Oh.
So he's in the waifu spaceship.
Okay.
All of your waifus all in one ship, and it's just you.
Wow.
But then they start to kill each other.
Wow.
So it's battle royale waifu. Which one of your waifus will be the last one standing? And will they still be the same best girl after they're done? There you go. There's probably an anime of that. Thank you.
Will anyone be left to make them best girl after they're done?
I don't know. Maybe the last two waifus will kill each other.
Or they'll waifu each other.
I'm not sure. Thank you, Chesto4. I think it's Chesto4. Yep, for the 4 month resub. Hey Joe, what's your next project going to be after The Witcher? Probably the Sekiro video, and then Baba Is You. Those two. After The Witcher, and then after that, I'm not sure. I'm going to have a clean slate and see what happens.
Not a stupid question. They'll go on YouTube eventually, right? You just have to put them all together, and you haven't had time lately to put the Q&As on YouTube.
Yeah, it's...
Eventually they'll get there, right?
It's about a day of work for me to put all the Q&As together with aligning chat and putting the questions on the screen. So right now I'm waiting for a good exit ramp for the current kind of stage of Witcher stuff I'm doing before I can, like, focus a day on that. Yeah.
Rewile says, I just went back and wrote literal notes on those suggestions and tips. If you do find a book that you like, if you find something that really grabs you, come back and tell us what you found, because I'm really curious if you'll find something that, you know, what it is that you'll latch onto in the end. Update us.
That's literally the movie Battle Royale? It's all about waifus and they're fighting each other so they can be with a guy? Really? Damn. Alright then.
It's been done.
Alright then.
Guess I won't write that one.
Oh, my anime list is still here. Yuri on Ice. Clorox. Mobile Suit Gundam.
Clorox. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say.
Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. Angel Beats. Hunter x Hunter.
That one's for me.
Serial Experiments Lane. Which one's for you?
Princess Tutu.
Princess Tutu. Naruto Shippuden. Blood Plus. Oh man, not just blood, it's Blood Plus. Now and Then, Here and There. Okay. Dragon Ball GT. Darker Than Black. The Vision of Escaflowne.
Bacano.
Space.
With an exclamation mark.
Space Daddy. Oh,
You have to
Space.
say it loudly.
Space Dandy. Sorry. Clannad. Bacano.
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 Yeah.
Okay.
You have to say it like really excitedly, right? Like really intensely.
All right.
Because there's an exclamation mark.
Eureka 7. Wolf's Rain. FLCL. What's that one? A boy's humdrum life turns upside down when he encounters a maniacal girl who causes strange things to grow out of his forehead and draws him into conflict with a mysterious otherworldly organization. Well, this is a story all about how my life... Eureka 7. Apart from hoverboarding, 14-year-old Renton Thurston finds his life boring until a large LFO robot called the Nervash crashes into his room one day without warning. The pilot of the LFO is a beautiful young girl named Eureka who has come to have her LFO serviced in the garage run by his family, but following her are the Jekko State, a small band of guerrilla fighters, and the United Federation Forces KLF unit.
Oh, Falzar. That's too in-depth. I can't think about that now. It's 3:35 in the morning. I'm going to forget an important one.
Blood Plus. Chiroptera are immortal creatures that feed off blood and can change their form and disguise themselves as human beings. Red Shield has been fighting to exterminate them for years, but needs help. In modern day Okinawa, Japan, Saya Otanashi is a high school girl. Oh, great. Of course she's a high school girl. Living peacefully with her family, even though she has no memory of her life except for the past year. It is her power and her destiny to stop the violent Cleopatra. If she remembers how to fight, only she can help the Red Shield. That was one sentence. That was not me fucking up. That was one sentence. Great. Fucking great. Alright, what's Naruto? Because I know nothing about it apart from he likes to run. Alright, here we go. Adapted from the comic by Masashi Kishimoto, this animated hit follows the adventures of Naruto Uzumaki, a boy who is determined to become a Hokage, the ninja in his village who is acknowledged as leader and the strongest of them all. Okay, so that's just like the adventures. So it's like Pokemon. Okay. Code Gas. The Holy Empire of Britannia conquered the country known as Japan and now call it Area 11. What the fuck, Japan? Why are you dunking on yourself? Its residents lost their rights to self-govern and are now called 11s. The Empire uses powerfully destructive robotic weapons called Nightmares, like Knight in Armor mares, to ensure control, but someone is about to stand up against it. Meet Lelouch, the Black Prince with a heart of gold, but a dark secret. Has endless ambition and uses the power of the gas to build a world based on his ideals. Suzaku Kurugi, the White Knight, aspires to justice and strives to live an honest and fair life. This is an English dub version of the Japanese cartoon. Oh man, let's do one more. In the fictitious country of Amstries, two young brothers, Edward and Alphonse Elric, are bestowed with the gift of alchemy, the supernatural ability to transform matter. This becomes a burden after their mother dies from an illness before they figure out how to use their alchemical skills. Womp womp. Oh shit, okay, is this a spoiler? Like this... After the... Is this a spoiler? Because it's on the fucking, like, Google summary. Someone loses a body part. Is that a spoiler or is that the first episode? Edward loses his left leg and Alphonse's entire body is unusable. The boys replace their deformities with prosthetic limbs and become full metal alchemists as they seek out the legendary Philosopher's Stone to heal themselves. Damn. I'm having fun. Okay, last one for real now. Jonathan Joestar, nicknamed Jojo, becomes involved in a battle against his stepbrother, Dio Brando, who is intent on taking control of the Geostar Fortune. To do this, Dio uses the power of an ancient stone mask, which allows him to become a powerful vampire. The hybrid anime series takes pieces from such genres as paranormal, adventure, comedy, action, and fantasy. All right. I can't believe people think this Cruella de Vil Madonna Magica thing is good. Puella Magi Madoka Magica. The fuck?
Okay, 2B would scare me into a fight because she could kick my ass. And I would want to kill Junko. Am I saying that right?
Junko, yeah.
Because she just seems completely nuts, and I feel like if I don't get her, she's gonna get me. And I would want to be friends either with Aoi or Dr. Legs. Aoi seems really sweet, and Dr. Legs is just brilliant, right? She's a doctor, and she's beautiful, so, like, what's not to love?
And she has legs.
And she has legs.
Yeah.
She could maybe give me some fashion tips.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. I can't think of all of them. There's so many of them that I'm struggling. I'm going through the list, and I'm like, okay, did that have a waifu? Did that have a waifu? And I can't remember all the waifus. There's been too many waifus.
We were way over time, you know that?
Yeah.
We were way over time.
What else did you do?
Too much fucking around. Alright, we're Udi here, guys. Oh, Valence 4 has resubscribed for 13 months with absolute unit of a game. This is a real classic. Binding of Isaac? I'm enjoying it, but I'm not like head over heels in love because I just prefer Gungeon, sorry. I know that's not an opinion a lot of people are gonna like a lot, but yeah, Gungeon just has better gameplay, but this seems to have better like item interesting synergy type things. Yeah. Thank you, Valensor. 13 months in the Robodub Sub Club. The Yeet Fleet. We didn't say that one tonight. Anyway, so see you guys next Friday for more Q&A, and I'll see you Tuesday for more Code Vein. If you are someone who's here for all the streams. If not, I'll see you guys later.
Have a good night, everybody, and happy birthday again.